broke the internet, if I may use Uganda English, when she bagged 2 awards at the 2025 Uganda Film Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor Dominic Dipio. Sit here. I think I'll sit too. I'll ask the simplest question. Do you have another microphone? Do you have microphone? Professor Dr. Mulekwa. Give us a trajectory. Where you delivered it, or you just go along the way?
Thank you. Let me start with something to do with my work. With something to do with me. My father is Juma Lubega. There are no Bagisu called Lubega. Wow. His father is and Semuli's father is Damulira, and Damulira's father is Bazencha. Isn't that how Baganda walk? Yeah. However, I was born and bred in Bispo. And the reason could be because Damulira and Kakunguru were best days. They were colonial agents. That is why I was born and bred in Bugispo. So they went over there, got a lot of land, married women over there, got children over there. So if my father's people were in here today, they would be pretty upset. The boy is denying us. But also the Bagisu say, hey, we brought you up. However, when I played football in college, I played for the East, not for the Central. Because my heart somehow couldn't play for the Central. So belonging is a very complicated subject, which when it came to my work, initially I was writing about, I started writing in my 20s, and at that point, what do you write about? Youth. What do youth do? Boy meets girl, and parents don't like it. That's it. So initially, that's what I was writing. As I progressed in age, and Dr. Magara, you talked about age, and we were laughing there and saying, you wait until you see the real age. Just become, it will catch up with you. Enjoy your youth. Later on, as I grew older, I realized that my concerns were more than what youth were going through. But this could be the fault of the audience, because audience members come to the play and then they talk to you, and most of the people who talked to me about my plays were people who were older than the audience had written for. And they say, oh, you're writing mature things. So you start now looking, initially you're looking at your age group, but as you grow older, you start looking at your society, and then you start looking at your nation. I think that is the trajectory under which it went. But after I wrote a play about taxation, I think. No, initially before taxation, I wrote a play about FGM, of a girl who belongs in a culture that circumcises the female gender. When I wrote that play, that issue of FGM was my concern. I don't belong to that culture. I went to school with the people who belong to that culture. So I had some kind of understanding about that. And that play was called The Hands of My People. And in my play, the problem is that after that happens, she cannot after that bear children, because sometimes these things go wrong. Even for male circumcision, it can go wrong too. It's often right, but it can go wrong. After that, then I wrote about taxation, where power lies, and I was writing about restless citizens, and the citizens are restless because of taxation. Now, taxation is okay when necessary. It can also be a bad thing when necessary. And that's what the play was concerned with. Those who were suffering unduly because of tax. And I think I saw many people who belong to that group. Personally, I could afford to pay the tax. I was a teacher. Teachers pay tax whether they want or not. It's taken. But I had a lot of relatives and friends and neighbors who really couldn't afford to pay tax. So that was a group, but in a way, I belonged to them. Some were my uncles, some were my stepfathers. I knew these people. Then I dealt with Bond of the Knife. Now, this is a play about Bugisu. And in Bugisu, this culture of if men, a group of men, young men, are circumcised in the same year, they are bonded. There's some kind of cultural bond that puts, so you honor each other's lives and lifestyles and life choices throughout your existence. You're kind of, there's a brotherhood there. And that's I think one of the most fascinating values for me about Bugisu. I call this thing Magoji, or Magochi, if you're from another part of the region. And that is also a play about belonging. Which group do you belong to? Which age group do you belong to? So, for example, this is one group, there's the second group, and there's a third one there. And then I dealt with the time of fire. Now, the time of fire, Uganda, as far as I'm concerned, our political history lays in the ruins of war. And I faced very many of these wars. Sometimes I think I'm very lucky to be alive. But in this play, three Ugandan citizens from different parts of Uganda, each one is running away from the war, and they incidentally find themselves inside the cave because each one thinks if they get that cave, they'll be safe. But when they get to the cave, again, they bring the war with them. They start mistreating each other because one is called the Omo. The Omo will be from Soroti, Teso area. The other one is called Kadogo. Kadogo is general name for soldier, but he was from the north. And the other one is called Sasi, and Sasi is his nickname, but he claims that his father is from Central and his mother from the West. So in that way, that is very deliberate. When I was writing that, but at that point I've started understanding how plays work. And I've also started understanding that plays are not just about the fancy of a boy meeting a girl, but they are about the dilemma, what it may mean to be a Ugandan at that point in life. So when I'm doing this at this point, I'm deliberate. When I bring in Omo, I'm deliberate. When I bring in Kadogo, I'm very deliberate. And my current play, which will be staged on the Independence Weekend at the National Theatre, called Man, is a play about socio-economic imbalances. And the characters in there, they're wondering why life is not how they dreamt. Okay? But there's a category. And then there's another group that belongs to, okay, we're fine, we've hit it, we've arrived. But there is also a group that will sometimes sit down in small kiosks and put their hand on their cheek and look at the ceiling and wonder, and then come back into the bottle to see if there are answers inside that bottle. Okay, that is also a group that belongs. But as far as I'm concerned, they are also legitimate citizens of a nation known as Uganda. Lastly, the plays I just selected 5 to talk about. In the 90s, I wrote a small radio drama for BBC. It was a drama writing competition. And that play was called Nothing Against You. And it was about the issue of bride price. But what I was writing about there, bride price is a thing of belonging. It may vary from place to place. I understand in Guru you may need to crawl for more than 100 meters before they give you the girl. We've been to Toro a few times. They made us kneel. They don't care if you're a professor. Please kneel down and greet them Gurusi. And when you go back, do not turn your back to them. Okay? And sometimes the boys want the girl so badly, they're saying, please, professor, if you don't come, they won't give me the girl. So we go with the professors and we kneel. These are issues of belonging. And if you want it, it's your responsibility to do a homework, understand these things, and make an informed decision. But in Nothing Against You, my focus is about a category of when adults understand culture so much that they can exploit it and use it against young people.
Wow.
So,
very interesting. I can't wait to read or attend the performance of the last play. Thank you so much, Dr. Susan Kiguli, Professor Susan Kiguli, my bad. How have you engaged with the theme of belonging in your work? Give us also a brief trajectory, and if it's not in your work, in your written work, creative work, in academic work, like the critical work. Yeah. Is that better?
Right. Thank you very much. It's quite intimidating being here at this time because it's towards lunchtime and people tend to doze around this time. And when you're facing the audience, you actually see them dozing, and then you begin to shake even more. Thank you very much for having us here. To answer this question, actually, I will start with a very brief story. I was in my office after time. It was 6 o'clock, sometime back in the early, maybe in 2008 or 2009, I don't quite remember. And everybody had gone home, and I think there were some students in the corridor, but they didn't expect probably me to be in the office. And I had them knock on my door and say, "Akazungu katura," to translate that the small European sits in there. And I was so shocked that anybody, anywhere could ever think I, looking like this, could be a European, a Mzungu. In fact, not a European, but a Mzungu. And so these issues of, like Charles has said, these issues of belonging are very complex and multi-layered issues. And it depends on who sees who from where. And what concepts mean. Kazungu may mean a lot of things. To me, at that time when I was shocked, it meant foreign. But to the students who said it may have meant something else. I didn't come out to see who they were because students, they could then fall over the stairs and then we have them in hospital for another 3 months for having broken their limbs. In my writing, very difficult question, but I'll talk about influence. When I was in secondary school, we admired some poets, some writers, and there were so many we admired. But because of the pressure of time, I'll tell you we admired David Rubadiri very much. And we thought that David Rubadiri was a Ugandan poet. I still think David Rubadiri is a Ugandan poet. When you go to Malawi, they'll say he's a Malawian poet. when you go to Kenya, they'll say that was our man for a very long time, and that poet belongs to us. Where does Rubadiri belong? What does belonging mean? And I want to write like Rubadiri, and I thought that Rubadiri was ours, and someone else was claiming him. And these issues do crop up in people's work. I was very proud to be associated with Okot because I was in class with his daughter Julian Okot. And many people, I always show off, I name drop in my class and say I met Okot. I didn't meet him as a writer, I met him as one of his daughters. Because when he came to school and word went round that Okot was in school, we all locked what we call the visiting, the VAM, the visiting place, where the visiting monitresses took charge of who should see who. And who you could never call Okot. And Okot proceeded to talk to us and go ahead and see what to do. And she find a room to sit us and let Okot talk to us. It wasn't part of our program. But anyway, so when I'm thinking about belonging, when I'm thinking about my work, when I'm thinking, there's so many things also coming to it from the point of view of an academic. There's so many things. For example, when you think about belonging, many people think about land. I just found a poem in the African saga. Things are go flying. Don't try to get them. You might fall down. Right. I'll just read the last stanza. Don't try to get it. You're taking attention away from me. Right. Well, this last stanza, I'll just read the last stanza of a poem in the African saga, my past collection of poems I had written in magazines before. This was the past collection published by Femwright. Femwright started by Mary Carol Crute, who is now in All Saints being prayed for, and we can't be there, but we're there in spirit. I think talking about things of literature is paying endless homage to Mary Carol Crute. But anyway, this is the last stanza of a poem here called I Belong Here. And it says, or maybe let me read the third, because the poem is in 3 sections. Let me read the whole third section. I belong here. I belong to this land of unpredictable seasons. I belong to this panting earth. It has branded my feet with her uncompromising heat and outbursts of fury. I belong here. I adore this land with her heady political weather and her leaders' crippling power. Her climate is in tune with her wars, a mixed grill of undeserved heartache and abundant joy and pride. I belong here. I am this land. In her, my identity crystallizes. In her, I take my shape, and my history is born. If I was writing now, I would say, and her history is born. Because now I have a problem with history thing. From her, I get my name. I'm this land. And now I ask myself as a writer, what does land mean? I'm this land. Which land? Where? How? You see, there's so many things one would think about when you think about writing, when you think about, and I'm about to end. I'm very close to the work of Ngugi wa Thiong'o. And sometimes I also tend to think that Ngugi wa Thiong'o is Ugandan, because it's very hard to talk about Ngugi wa Thiong'o in the past tense, but he used to say that he was a son of Makerere. And he made sure at every platform, at every opportunity, he made sure to claim his being Makererian, his being part of this place, his being, his having grown up in a way, partly in Uganda, by going to university here. And so, sometimes when I'm talking about Ngugi and the Kenyan said this is ours, I'm like, okay, really? Were you sitting with him in North Court Hall when he was writing his first novel? Yeah. And so I want to say, Cindy, that I don't know the answer to this question.
You've given us a perfect answer. We belong, and for today, our land is Makerere University. Professor Patrick Mangeni, a brief trajectory of if you can talk about the recent publication. So they were really talking about luminaries from here, in brief.
They just come again?
Give us a brief trajectory of your engagement in your work, your engagement with the theme of belonging, and I would be very interested in hearing what you explore, even felt it important.
Okay, perhaps let me see how that can come in.
Yeah.
And let me just begin with something about myself.
Okay.
I'm Patrick Mangeni, and Mangeni, I derived that name because the first meal that my father ate was fish. Engeni, that my father physically managed to get out of the source of the Nile where he was. But I'm mentioning this because the connection between identity and belonging, and the multiple identities that I have as a person. On being born after being given the name Mangeni, I was also given the name Namulundu. And Namulundu was my grandmother. So I became an incarnation of her, and therefore I took on a female identity. And until my father's passing on, he always addressed me as mother. And to a certain extent, I could also rein in on my brothers by just assuming the title of a grandmother and say, I'm talking to you as a grandmother. You know? And at times my mother would leave me and say, okay, take care of your grandchildren. And indeed, I would go to grind its stone, grind the millet, make the bread, and feed my grandchildren. And that is serious business. At times, my mother would get rough with me, and my father says, no, people don't touch their mothers-in-law. And indeed, he would withdraw. She would withdraw. Now, what am I mentioning? That when I look into my work after Cindy, the chair, gave me this task, then I started thinking a little more deliberately about my work on the theme of belonging, where incidentally I find that the women are mostly the protagonists and the populator by my narratives. So I've written poetry, I've written drama, and I've written prose as well. Now, I want just to pick two examples to illustrate with two of my prose pieces. For I believe, whereas I'm a good dramatist, I really render and find myself and greater expression in prose and in poetry. I want to just take one example of my story in this publication, A Leopard in My Bed and Other Stories. And there's one that I call The Chimp of Chester. And writings are very, to an extent, quite biographical in this volume. And the Chief of Chester really is about cultural alienation. And I must mention that I've chosen to look at the theme of belonging by conceiving and looking at belonging as a performance and focusing on the tensions of negotiating the script of belonging. But that will be just in the last illustration of this. But in the Chief of Chester, I'm really getting a true drawing from a true story of when I was a student kids and I have visited Chester Zoo. In fact, Chester City. And then later on, the climax at Chester Zoo, and where I feel really that I do not belong. Through the performances of the people around me and the performances in real life. And basically just because of my skin color, I'm so well received at home where I've gone, but in the spaces of the home where other people are not, there is a young daughter in that home, in her teens, who really struggles coming down the stairs and meeting me. And we have to go through that for a couple of days. And then when I get into the buses, and truly for the week I was in Chester, I was the only black man that I saw in Chester. But the climax of it was when I go to the zoo. And we move and get to a very strong glass, stronger than the one we see over there. And actually there is a chimp. And there is a little boy and the mother who are looking at the chimp. Then suddenly the chimp seems to recognize me. And then perhaps like I have gone on the wrong side, we should belong the other side of the glass. And it makes a very, very effective contact with glass. So it hits the glass, the child screams and turns. And then unfortunately, perhaps there's another one this way. And then the mother turns and then also surprised and holds the child protectively, and they withdraw me. And I had never felt alone. I had never felt so angry. And I took 1 year trying to resolve that, to come to terms with that, even after I come to Uganda. But after 1 year, I said, but why fret about this? Just write the story, feel it, laugh about it. And to me, writing that is one way of coming to terms with this reality and negotiating my position and an attempt to remain human and level-headed, and also just understand that perhaps their reaction is not necessarily that racial, but they have just not been as exposed as perhaps I was. Now, the last story that I want to talk about is the birthmark. And the birthmark, really that's the one where I try to demonstrate the issue of belonging as performance and the tensions of negotiating that script. So I look at it from the context of culture. And it's where culture then has a script that prescribes to you the fact of your sex, that you are a man. And therefore, as a man, you will grow up and you are expected as a member of that group to have a wife, to father children. You know? And then right from the beginning, the mothers start checking your conformity or your capacity to be able to fulfill that script in the future. So as a boy, once they check, oh, this is a boy, then the script is prescribed for you. Your mother will come to bathe you, but they'll rub certain parts, you know, to see, for example, if is a boy, whether they will start responding as a child. You get what I'm talking about? Yeah. So they'll tickle the genitalia and the rest. As you grow up, they'll come in the morning to wake you up. With a girl, you'll be woken up different. With the boys, the mother will always sort of open up the bed sheets like this. Why are you still sleeping? But they'll check somewhere. Because they know that in the mornings, the boys, if they are normal, they will present in a certain ways. Now, if you are not presenting in a certain ways, then interventions and acts of restoration might begin just in case there is a problem. As you grow up and reach your teenage, your mother might start getting apprehensive every evening. I'm now talking of perhaps those days. You are always around, always around. As a boy, you must be about in the evening. Now, if you're going to be next to your mother every time, they'll start having a conversation. Is this boy okay? Then to enlist the performance of your sisters and the cousins to link you to certain girls to see if you will respond. Now, later on, when it comes to marriage, will you produce children? And that's where they will come in. The hero, the main character of my story is Mutende. Now, Mutende is the son of Mafulu. But the truth of the matter is that Mafulu is not capable of getting a child. Now, what then he does in order to conform and to belong and to be accepted is to hire the extensions of the services of Odinga to come and perform the acts that will enable the wife to get a child, so that then Mafulu can be accepted as a father. So the tensions that he goes to is that he has got to fulfill this script, but the process also involves that he has got to enter a secret pact with Mutende, so that Mutende then will come and sleep with his wife. And because it is very secret, the sleeping has to be in his house and in his bedroom. And then, of course, he's there. So what does he do? He takes liquor so that he cannot be able to hear the sound of the making of his children. So it is those particular tensions, and also that the wife also has to go and cooperate with the husband in order to be able to have the husband have a name and be accepted in the community. But at the end of it, of course, there's also a lot of secrecy that goes around perpetuating that script of belonging. And at the end of it, the children do not know. Perhaps everybody around knows, but the victims or the others do not know.
I can see the audience, they are all curious to find out where to get that book from. The gender dynamic of belonging gets interesting. Yeah.
Just to kind of cut it short, at the end of it, what then they do, the son, Mutende, falls in love with the girl Rose. But they cannot allow her marry Rose, because Rose actually is the daughter of Odinga. But they cannot tell him that this is your sister. So what the Sengars do is now to organize and have him copulate with another girl, a girl who gives birth 6 months before the time, and the parents then do organize, pay the dowry, name the child, and they just call him to come and have a wife and a child. He cannot stand that, and then he moves to stay his mother off and his father off and to go away. But when he enters and breaks into the house, there is a figure in the house. He thinks it's a thief. He moves to drag it out. Of course, it's violent, stabs the man, and the man is naked. And he notes there's a birthmark. Then the brothers also come out, it's night, and they are without their shirts on. And around, there are 5 birthmarks that are relating on these sons, including his own. And that's the time when he realizes he has killed his father. And the father that has been acting the script then therefore moves out and filters out in the darkness. And Mutende also follows into second darkness. And in the background, he hears the voice of his child and his wife crying. And so I've done a bit of theorization around that, but we cannot move into that. Yeah. But ideally, I just have focused on the point that even in belonging, there is a lot of performance. Belonging as a wife, belonging as a husband, there is a lot of performance. Yeah. The attentions in performance.
I think you should contact Professor for where to get that that book. We'll give you that information after here. Professor Dominic Dipio, in your critical work, one of the interesting books I've been reading almost as a Bible is Gender Terrain African Cinema. From that and any other, or maybe your creative work, why was it very important for you to engage with the theme of belonging?
Thank you very much. Thank you, my colleagues. This panel is actually proving to be very interesting, and I've learned so much already. I want to also start with my understanding of what belonging is from an experience I've had. In 2012, I went to the US as a Fulbright fellow, and initially I'd wanted to go to Penn State because that was the place to go to. But along the way, I changed my mind to go to Georgia, to Atlanta, because I thought that is where many of my African American brothers and sisters are. And to my colleagues here, I said, I'm just going to gel in with them and I'll feel comfortable. So I shifted, and everybody wondered, how can you leave Penn State and go to Georgia? And that was it. The need to belong. But belonging became more complicated. As I thought, when I got there for this entirely one academic year, I never met an African American who related with me the way I'd imagined it would be. I never went to any home. Instead, my friends were the white folks. They were the ones who took me to church. They were the ones who came to pick me to ensure that I had where to go to buy my grocery and everything. And when we got to the second semester, I just burst out. I said, but how can this be? I came here because I wanted to gel with my African American brothers and sisters, and I see them here, but what is happening? So it was at that point that my friend, we shared now another level of belonging. This time it is church, Catholic, said, why is this the case? Because it was oblivious of that fact that I might be suffering from that issue of being here with several black folks, but you are not one of them. And so she introduced me to one, the second semester, and still, my more comfortable belonging continued to be with the white folks. So this is a very complicated topic, and as my colleagues have said, there is nothing fixed about it. It keeps revolving. And yesterday, I listened at the opening ceremony at the British, that it's something about you, how you feel about the place, how you feel about the people, the trust that goes with where you are at any given time is what gives you a sense of belonging. Now coming to my films, I want to talk about my first feature film, A Meal to Forget. For me, the entry point, if I can talk in terms of belonging, had nothing to do with my ethnic belonging. It was more of my belonging to the human family. So sometimes really, this sense of belonging is as good as that. When I returned from my studies, I didn't leave that situation in Uganda of children suffering in the domestic sphere in the hands of their parents. And every other, day you'll find newspaper articles running these stories of parents killing their children. A Meal to Forget is a story about, a father who kills his two children, and I just went into that story to try to understand what could possibly make a father who loves his two loving kids kill them. And for me, the sense of belonging in that story is very much human. It's not linked to Uganda, it's not linked to my particular ethnic group, but it's linked to my connection to what being human is, so that I will, say this is not correct. And so people who later on identified with this film story, they identified with it not because they belong to, this ethnic group or that sense. So in that sense, for an artist, the belonging is, but that's exactly why Jennifer Makumbi write a novel which is set here, and yet it re-echoes all over. Everybody elsewhere can identify with the situation because it touches on a sense of belonging that is universal, although it may be situated on the local. So that is for me that I got with I'm not to forget. Now, when it comes to the documentaries, I will talk to you about how belonging also is very much intimately connected with trust. I will talk about crafting the Bama Saba, which is a documentary I made about the Bama Saba, a totally different language group, and I'm glad actually at one time when we took the film for screening in the community, our moderator, you came with me. The first time we went there, I had somebody who is a member of that community who was part of my team. And, he took it easy because he belonged. He thought he belonged there. He thought we could just, go. I'd sent him ahead of time to prepare the way. But he took it so for granted. And on the day we arrived at the heat of the moment, and we wanted to start shooting immediately. And our cameras were almost smashed because they saw me as an outsider, and that's a sacred moment that you cannot just run into like that. You should be trusted, you should get to be an insider before you could, do that documentary. So we had to settle down and, take it easy, identify a community, have a conversation, they could trust us. And so we were able to do what we did. So for me, when I took this documentary back, I was like now one of them, because I did with a kind of respect for the culture that other people who have done documentaries on Imbalu had done, without the kind of dignity and understand what is the logic behind what people do. Because from outside we see these people just running, and you respect deeply what is there. And for me, I felt that they identified with this after the production, to a point that cultural elders coming to us for a copy of this film to say whether they can keep it as one of their cultural heritage archives. That is because they trusted me. But before I can say that, the trust went so deep that I went to gentlemen who were not Bama Saba. And at that key moment, they just freaked out. They could not handle the camera. And we had one camera. So I said, give it to me. And those people allowed me to go to that sacred ring because they trusted me. So I belonged in that sense to be able to tell their story. Now, the other story that I say I did with my ethnic group that carries the language of my people, Madi people, was the one that I found easiest to make because it was easy to enter into the group because I spoke the language. And it opens doors for you. I didn't get as many questions, because I was doing their story. They identified with it a lot more easily. The same happened to a current documentary I'm doing now, which has part of it was shot in Karamoja, and it was not easy. Even if this documentary is about my cousin, he is like a sacred cow there, and they protected him and his image, and what kind of story is anyone telling about him? They had to vet me. So for me, belonging transcends, being of a language group really greatly helps. It transcends it. there is a certain connection there that sometimes it's very difficult to put a finger on, that, you know, this is a belonging and this is not. I'll finish finally with a mundane experience I had. And I want to say this in front of Dr. Mulekwa because this is something that happened that made me feel he belongs with me. There was a function I was invited to here. I will not give details. And Dr. Mulekwa was part of a panel that will follow after my keynote. Initially, I was told, really, we are sorry, we don't even have transport, and so on and so forth. I didn't ask for transport. I went to deliver my talk, but I think the organizers had enough afterthought. Because sometimes when you see a person like me, you can also say, this person doesn't belong, and you can actually play a certain game. And so, as I was exiting after delivering my talk, I was surprisingly called to come and sign a transport. It was there, 100,000 I was told to sign. And I was very grateful. I signed and left. And I left Dr. Lebanisi having their panel discussion. And after the panel discussion, he also left. And as he was leaving, he was told to ask to sign for 200,000. And he was signing immediately after me, and he saw that I signed 100,000. He said, no, why did he sign 100,000? She was the keynote. I can't, where is her, I mean, he fought for me. This is a rare thing that it doesn't happen every day. So in the evening, he gave me a call. He said, are you going to be on campus tomorrow? I have your 100,000 cents. Wow. I said, what? And then he explained to me this thing. So belonging is a very complex thing, and I think I belong with you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for that complexity of belonging. To be honest, I'm almost getting confused of what I understand belonging to mean. Now, Dr. Mulekwa, in 3 minutes, when you look at the popular drama, the comedy coming out of Uganda, I know most of them actually went through your hands, from performing arts, the Fun Factory. What aspects of belonging is permeating through their work? In about 3 minutes, it's almost coming to 1, and we have Jennifer Makumbi coming at 2. So, here, you've got this one here.
Okay, let me waste my minute by complicating it further.
Wow.
If you are from Acholi land, my grandfather is called Rudolph Oranya. He's from Palenga village. There you are. So if you are also from Bugwere, I'll speak to you in Bugwere because my mother is called Florence. She's from Kalapata. And it becomes as complex as, and I have a very good friend, a distinguished lecturer, and he must be very disappointed learning today that the man is a Muganda, not a Mugisu. Well, don't worry, I'm a man in the true sense of Gishu form. I became a man on 7th December 1984 at 10 a.m. I'm a man. And I know now he will feel better, now that he knows that we have a cultural connection. And to him and I, the rest of you are not men. All right. But Fun Factory and the young people and the comedy that is going on, I want to try and do it in 2 minutes that I have left. Relax, it will happen in 2 minutes. What those young people have found out, I think, is the clever idea that we have a violent history that has stressed, and I figured this out when I was doing my research during PhD. I came here and went to the National Theatre, and that evening, all of us in the audience were laughing. The following week, I went to the north, to
research on the war that was happening there. And all of us were distressed. But we're all audience members. And so I figured the two dimensions. And what those people have, whether consciously or subconsciously, doesn't matter. But what has happened is they are aware of our violent history, and what they are dishing out now is relief. So it is a place where you go Thursday night and laugh. It's a group of 17 members, 8 of whom were Makerere students. 5 of those 8 were actually, the creative persons are actually students of performing arts and film department directly. Now, what they are serving is, in the National Theatre, what you would have is the public space of relief, and that's where audiences go. And you should go there on Thursday, you see, audience is full. They have a big turn-up. But there's also the private space, which they have now penetrated. At home, on your TV sets, you will see them with, what's that series called? Musigo Express. So in the private space, you'll see their comedy and you laugh. But they are the category of people who belong with a sense to make us laugh a bit, our social political history notwithstanding. That's how I see it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And to Susan Kiguli, would like to borrow your gaze as a critic. When you look at the writers, Ugandan writers of Goretyo Mbowa to Goretyo Mhendo's generation, how have they been representing the issues of belonging or identity? In 3 minutes, I hope you can do that.
I can't do that in 3 minutes, but I'll just do what is there to do. Yeah, right. I think this is a very vast question, and I think you should assign this audience to go to a class of gender and women writing for this question to be answered. But I think if you think about, for example, Rosenbauer, the playwright, there is the famous play, Mother Uganda and Her Children. Of course, it has been discussed at length, and one of the things that Mbowa did in that play is that she didn't do it alone. It was almost a collective effort. But in that play, A Mother Uganda and Her Children, she was trying to interrogate the whole idea of unity and the whole idea of who belongs where. How do you connect? And I think that's a thing that women writers have tried to do. She was also trying, in the same play, to look at the whole concept of women rights in that same play. I keep looking at Patrick because he was part of that play at some point. Right. The whole idea of connectivity, how different parts of us come together and how different parts of us survive. I think that as women writers of this nation have tried to create a safe haven for women voices, to create a safe place where women can express themselves, where they can have confidence and self-esteem. I won't talk about that because I'll talk about it later, not here in this space, some other space. But let me jump to, for example, Goretti's recent book that is To Belong, Promises, where she is looking at the idea of home and the idea of survival and the idea of power relations. She's frowning because she never intended to look at these things. And now here I am. This is what we do because we have to get a living. So someone writes their very good story and then we come. And we say, you see there, she was looking at this female character and wanting to give her power and wanting to give her a tongue to speak. And the poor writer is seated there in the audience and doesn't have a microphone. This is the power of a microphone, that it can make you belong to spaces you never wanted to, or spaces you never thought you'd belong, things you never thought you'd talk about. It makes you talk about those things. Goretti sets her book between London and Kampala. And I was very intrigued in this book because when it comes to London, the places, she talks about them in passing. When it comes to talking about places here, she talks about them as if she is here. But she's a storyteller that is talking about people who are traversing spaces. The same thing with Makumbi's first woman. When we talk about Nateta, you feel that I keep thinking, but Makumbi went away in 2001. Was she contesting it yesterday, or did she affirm it? She went away and went to Britain and left us here. But when she talks or when she thinks as if she's here. And of course, if you give her a platform to say anything now, she may say something different from what I'm saying, but she has no platform. She's somewhere hidden in the back there, and I'm the one talking. So I can say whatever I want. And my 3 minutes are over. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To add on the powerlessness of Makumbi, when she was talking about Uganda yesterday, even her accent moved from accent to the Ugandan accent. Professor Mangeni, to give us a professorial thought by clustering writers who are in Makerere University, David Rubadiri, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, they were here in the 50s, 60s, 70s. From your reading of their work, you could even focus on Timothy Wang's, since you've written about him. What did belonging mean to them when you look at their work? In 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So in 3 minutes, I may just use one example also to illustrate that. What you note of the writers of is similar to the motif of the women writers, particularly after a female comes into the space. Is the attempt to be able to claim a position within the center of our narratives and literature. At the time the Ngugis are in the Rose Bowls at that time, it is a time when we are moving to independence, and the spaces and the narratives and the voices of the locals are basically on the periphery. So they are writing in terms of their writing, in terms of their action. In fact, we find a lot of activism as well, moving to claim those spaces to address the particular systems and also those narratives that had been deliberately constructed to marginalize us. And culture, in a way, is one area that they had really focused on. I'm not talking of the imperial power and the colonials that were at Makerere here, for example, right from the curriculum and right from what was taught. And you find that the Ngugis at that time and the Rugandas are involved in a fight to have our voices, the African voices, into the center, because actually they felt they did not belong. So how can we create spaces that will help us articulate our voices, articulate our beings, and then also be able to inform and further this narrative about us and about our and about our experiences. So that is ideally what is actually happening, and find the introduction of the departments of literature at Makerere, at Nairobi, and also the renaming of those particular spaces, because the naming was very critical for both identity and belonging and the furtherance of our narratives. But you also find that apart from that, there is also the likes of Court Publitek, who are not only addressing that, but they are also addressing specifically the effects of the system that existed in alienating us culturally, and the production of Africans, the production of students and people that then were supposed to help and further the colonial project of the alienation of the Africans. Occult, of course, talks of the aping culture, and where it says the products that are coming out of this system are actually the products that are supposed to perpetuate this kind of relation, and we must interrogate and engage this and bring our Africanness, our narratives to the center if we are actually to survive as a people and to be able to foster our identity. The Rose Boas then are moving, and what Professor Susan has been also talking of. The Rose Boas, of course, at that time, the Rose Boas are in Leeds training, but you find a movement and a thrust to come back home and be able to center our voices. But of course, when you come to the age about the 1980s, when the Boas now come in, is in terms of their theater, Mother Uganda is really to be able to draw us back to one country, to be able to show us that actually we belong. And they're using the tools of culture to show the connections between us as people and also as human beings that could contribute to the growing of our country. So through applied performances, they use those stories, those songs, those particular music to highlight a connection between us and be able to cause us to have a sense of belonging and come and commit to the construction of our country. And then finally, the likes of John Ruganda. John Ruganda was a man, a writer that used a lot of storytelling and myths in all his work. And if you look at Covenant with Death, where he explores the theme of cultural alienation, he's also looking at those aspects of our culture that are problematic, and particularly as far as they affect and they limit the capacity of women to belong on account of perhaps them not fulfilling such cultural expectations such as childbearing. I hope I've not taken an eternity.
Thank you so very much. You've given me more than I asked for. Professor Dipio, you will give us a closing remark, because between us and these people and our lunch is us here. We are the ones stopping them to go for lunch and be back here by 1:45. Don't forget that. We are starting off at 2. Using the Sankofa approach, the return to source, or us being anchored from a cultural perspective. And from your presentation, I could see we want to belong from a racial perspective. We want to belong from a cultural perspective. What, if anything, can we learn from our past or culture as we grapple with the notions of belonging in today's globalized world? In 2 minutes and...
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, or even 1.
3 minutes, okay.
Fine. Thank you, Dr. Mulekwa, as ever. Yes, that's a good question. You're talking about our belonging as more contemporary Africans in relation to our past. I want to say that really there is no development if it's not built on your past, on your history. And I want to evoke this imagery that I've used often, including for the title of my edited book, Moving Back into the Future, which rides on the imagery of the Adinkra, Akan people symbol of the Sankofa, which is very familiar, that most of you know about. That honestly, we cannot, as Okot Pabitek says, uproot the pumpkin from the old homestead. And you can imagine yourself a developed or developing country. There is something about us that get extremely excited with the modern, with the bling bling, and demolish, those traces even of the past. But if you look at these other civilizations that we go to and, we visit these old spaces, and they take pride to explain where we are coming from, where this building, where you are now, this floor was built on another down there, several layers of down there. This is something that we really need to appreciate. There is so much in our past, whether it is in the software component, which is what I'm dedicating most of my life these days to. The software of our past for me resides in our folklore, in our folk tales. And some of you know how, fascinated I am with our African folk tales. There is a repository there from the long research we did in the Department of Literature, repository of our traditional wisdom. It's there. We need to revisit this repository. We are not going to romanticize them, but to interpret them in contemporary context and reclaim, as the Sankofa symbol will say, turn back and pick that beautiful thing that you may have forgotten, that will be the one to ignite your imagination now to solve the problems and provide solutions for the future. I don't want to take more time, but we cannot afford. And I encourage you young people to take interest in your past. Many times these stories are in our backyards and we don't pay attention to them until it's too late. Many things we do now, people say, I wish we came to this earlier. But there is, time passing and the old things are going. If we do not deliberately, intentionally work in the direction of recuperating them to inspire us, not to adore and worship, but to inspire us to advance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I can't say any more after my professors have spoken. I'm going to request you to stand up as we prepare for lunch and give a thunderous applause to my panelists as they walk back to their seats. Thank you, thank you. You're going to stop clapping after they've reached down. Yeah. Thank you so very much. Professor Dipio, Professor Susan Kiguli, Professor Mangeni, and Dr. Charles Mulekwa. Thank you for being such an interesting audience. Enjoy your lunch. See you at 2.
Thank you for that. Another round of applause to the Literature Department of Makerere University. Thank you for kicking off the conversation on this year's theme. You have done a good job on setting the stage for more enriching conversations around the theme, and for that we are very grateful. Like Dr. Cindy has already mentioned, you're going to break for lunch, and you're going to come back at 2 p.m. for the opening ceremony. If you want to grab something, there are multiple canteens within the university campus. There is one next to the basketball court, so please look around and find something to eat. And the places of convenience are on level 3. Walk through the back door on level 3. Look on your left, you'll see the places of convenience. And as we have our lunch, please interact with our vendors, Tuvazi African Books, Muwado, Ibua Publishing, African Bookstore, and Makerere Press. See you at 2 p.m.
Me and you and me, we can be something. You go speed, you go speed, you go speed in my hands. I've been hit by Cupid, I've been hit by love. You go love me, wanna see you dance. Me and you and me, we can be something. You go speed, you go speed, you go speed in my hands. I've been hit by Cupid, I've been hit by love. Uno gwena kugamba ko yakumumuliro. Uno akaimba kendero kuyimba yono ye akaiya tata uno ansisa yono anera mizokulya ebisenge nali nazimba byali biwanvu okusuka ku ttaawo lya Baberi. Byonna yabimenya byonna tatakiriza guno omutwalo gali amaziga agakalira mu katambala kono.
C'est la même chose en avance, I'm so sorry. Cause anytime na kosa, but it's so scary to lose you, mama. Urukundo ni ngwara, kandi
is what she weigh. That's what she weigh. Type they tell you life ain't really fair. Could you pull up with a gun? Make them niggas run. Isabel Morant is what she weigh. Whoa. Type they tell you life ain't really fair. Whoa. Could you pull up with a gun? Whoa. Make them niggas run. I'm popping shit okay, but there's a tingle on my waist. Like 50 in the club, cause we came up selling word. Narcotics in my bag, but I see fades, I beat the case. So now he has fuck. I kick it with a snake. I keep money on my mind, sometimes there's money on my head. If the galley looking fine, I make a stretch, I make a bend. I'm a cash out on no low, but I can't tell you not cool pen. She want money on the bed, but I want diamonds on my neck. I'm a chinga, that's for sure, but now I wanna burn instead. I won't let you, I won't let you, I won't let you, let you run. I won't let you, I won't let you, I won't let you, let you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to request us to please take the seats in the center of the auditorium. So the people at my extreme right, I'm going to request you to please come to the center of the auditorium. Please, I beg. The people at the extreme end of the auditorium, please take the seats in the center of the auditorium. Thank you so much. We should be beginning in the next 1 to 2 minutes. The teacher in me can wait. People at the extreme end of the auditorium, please take the seats in the center of the auditorium. Thank you so much.
From Kampala to Juba, all like Shaba, nobody fit like you. You are the same ordinary sick. Vogamo kwano kakuwe permit. And if you want to dance, to kuwa music. Beyond vili kubudget. Hey, ola vota katyo chukozota. Bukuba kutuja dikuchota. Boy, give me love forever. This kind of love forever.
Just a little piece of advice. If you're anywhere near the camera, or the camera as we call it, I'm going to request that you also let that space be free. If you're anywhere in the lane with the camera, please. If you're anywhere near the camera, please let that lane be free. The people I still see seated near the camera. Or the camera. Let me use our Ugandan English. If you're seated near the camera, please let that lane or that row please be free without anyone seated there. Thank you. Okay, welcome to the second edition of the Kampala Rice Lit Fest, and we would like to officially begin our program, and we are going to start with our anthems. We will have the Uganda anthem, the East African anthem, and we shall have our Makerere University anthem. So I'm going to request us to get up on our feet so that we can officially begin this event. Kampala Rights Lit Fest here at Makerere University, and we hope that you will enjoy the next 3 days of this experience with conversations, with debates, with writers and experiences, with performances, and so much more that's going to happen here. My name is Isaac Kizet Basima. I teach in the department. We welcome you. Before we begin with a welcome remarks from my chair, I would like to recognize the presence of our principal, Professor number 1. Communication, Dr. Aisha Nachula Semache. Hope I pronounced this right. Sabine Shia. I should go and read German. We'd like to also recognize the presence of the Director of the British Council, Millicent Mugabe. You're most welcome. And everyone here in this room, we are grateful that you've taken time to join us to this event, and we look forward to have Kampala Rights Lit Fest. Before we proceed, I'm going to request my chair to come to welcome us as
is a lot about her. If you have the program, you'll notice that she's a writer. She's the person who runs a lot of workshops on writing, but also, most importantly, she's the person who runs the African Writers Trust. And so Goretti is going to make her remarks, and then she will welcome Sheila to make her remarks. And yes. Goretti should come back to the classroom. So Goretti will make her remarks, and then welcome Sheila to make her remarks, and then Sheila will welcome Melissa to make her remarks. So Goretti, you can take over from here.
Good afternoon. How are you? You don't sound fine. Okay. Well, it is a true joy to welcome you to our Literature Festival, second edition, which we started yesterday. So we are going to run until Sunday. Let's wait.
of belonging. How do stories help us navigate a space between home and diaspora? Writers who reflect on our own beyond our own. Then of which question the notions of identity and identity. The issue of where we belong, how we belong, and who decides if we belong or not has become urgent. That's why the Kampala Lit Fest, which centers belonging as its theme, is as important as it is timely. What should we expect from this festival? We have created a rich and eclectic mix of literary events. It's going to be a literary feast. Believe me, you better have faith in me. In the unlikely event that you don't enjoy yourselves, we shall organize another one next year. So we are going to hear from our keynote speaker this afternoon. She will be properly introduced. Dr. Jennifer Nansubuga Makumbi, who is going to expand on the theme of belonging. We have curated panel discussions. They are engaging, they are provocative on various topics around the theme of belonging. And for me, one of the most interesting panels that I'm really looking forward to listening to is about funding for the arts, because we need to talk about money. It's what is the glue that holds all our creative processes together. We have master classes and workshops. We've already had one this morning on screen, on writing for screen. So we have one for poetry, we have one for secondary school literature students. And there is a book fair, as you can see outside. And this is meant to feed your literary spirit. Reading is what enables us to cross borders and to connect. Book launches, I will not be immodest because one of my own novels is going to be launched. But we have book launches. We are going to launch 2 books tomorrow, as I've mentioned. And what is there to be liked? Everything, if you ask me. So as I conclude, may these next few days offer not just but connection, not ideas, but a community. Not just books, but belonging. Thank you so much. I'll now invite Sheila Akwan, who is the director of Gottes Intram, the organizer of this festival. Thank you so much. I think I can leave you. I leave you. She was asking if she should stand next to me if you want. Okay. Beautiful preamble, Goretti. My name is Sheila Akwan. I'm the director of the Gottes Intram. We are the Ugandan German Society, otherwise known as the Gottes Intram. We are an affiliate of the Gottes Institute. I know it's a bit confusing, all the institutes. We are the organizers of the festival. Thank you so much for coming once again. I know that has been said. But it's fun to organize and to also have people come, so we are quite blessed to have you here. The festival, as we said, is now in its 2nd year. We started last year.
based on a need that we felt was there in the literary space, that there was just no space for writers to gather, to talk about books, to launch their work, to just generally have that space to engage and to have peer-to-peer conversations. So we founded the festival last year, hoping to fill that gap, and I think we have tried our best so far to do that. Sorry. Yes, sorry. So we are very grateful that the festival has grown this year. We've been able to add a few more partners. So thank you so much for Makerere once again for the festival, for especially the literature department, who are with us throughout the last 3 or 4 months as we were planning, having very many intense talks throughout the week. Thank you so much, Dr. Eve and the team, for conceptualizing everything with us and for organizing everything. For the British Council, who have been very generous with their time, and for offering also to fly in our keynote speaker and a few other people who they've invited this year. Thank you so much for the team. It's nice to have partners who also catch the vision of where we want to go as an institution, as a festival. So thank you so much. And any other partner out there who's willing to support the arts, as Katie was saying, something to, but we also need the funding and all these infrastructural things to carry the industry forward. So the festival would love to do that, and I would encourage you also to not just be an attendant, an attendee, but to also engage with the topic of belonging. I know it could sound easy, but it's a very complex and complicated topic of what does it mean to belong. If it's a choice to belong or not to belong, I think even for me as a foreigner in Uganda has been quite interesting to figure out how I belong in a foreign space as an African. We also see the differences that we have even as Africans, that cultural difference is actually very real. So that has also been quite interesting. We have tried to create a very interesting mix of programs for you this year. From panel discussions, I thank our guests again. Thank you so much for coming, on our international guests, and also for the local authors and the local publishers who has come out today. Thank you so much. Introduce our next speaker, the listener for the British Council, Country Director, to just say a few words. We go to the next part. Sheila. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm looking forward to being called from down so I can do the long walk of pride rather than the long walk of shame. But I'm glad to be here, and I am really, really happy that the British Council gets to be in the program. Everyone here, I'm sure, has all sorts of expectations, and I truly hope that even though you do not live this year, it is the beginning. So I would like to acknowledge everyone in all your personas, because I believe that everyone has something important to offer. And I know that even while you are here and you do the protocols and that meant that I didn't have to repeat any of them. I thank you for that. However, I would just like all in your respective, right for being here and for giving of your time, and whether you spend just today or the rest of you. And the team have put into developing and curating this festival. Your vision and your dedication has spilled out to other people. And while this was conceived in your mind through many conversations, I'm glad that you have been able to pull together the amazing partners, the Goethe and others, to help to make sure that this dream comes to a reality. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
So belonging, someone asked me yesterday what it means for me to belong, and I hadn't really, I asked them to just let me speak. I wanted to think first, and then I decided, let me just speak, because I couldn't think of anything to say, and I figured it would come to me. And while I was speaking, I realized that actually belonging for me means that I can exist in a place, and I do not have to explain myself. I do not have to explain why I am there, who I am, and whether or not I'm going to be there for a duration of time. It is really just me. So for me, just sharing, that is what belonging means, at least in the moment. So this theme of belonging invites us to reflect on identity, and it invites us to think about place, the power of storytelling, you know, what connects us across borders, across generations. It resonates deeply with the British Council, and it resonates with our mission, you know, to foster mutual understanding through culture and creativity. And the festival is more than an event for different people in different ways, but we hope that it will create a platform for dialogue. We hope that it will enable you to discover, and we also hope that it will enable us individually and collectively celebrate voices that shape our country and shape our world. We are thrilled to support. We really are glad that we could do this to support the festival. And I'm looking forward personally to the keynote later today. The book launches, you've been encouraged. Please, for yourselves and for others, do share the word. Ensure that others are able to enjoy the work that has been produced and displayed out there. Nick and Goretti, I congratulate you on getting to this moment where you get to share your work with us. I know it incubates for a while. I know someone whose first 2 books came out really quickly, and then the 3rd book took 5 years. So I understand that it can take a while to just incubate that and then share it with the rest of the world. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the panel discussions. You know, thank you very much to others. You know, Wendy, Anwuli, Mercy, thank you very much for sharing of yourselves through this process. I'm looking forward to the writing workshops. I hope that they'll be learning. This is about young people, but I know that there is, you know, we learn every day. And I do hope that even the established writers will take this opportunity to advance their work through participation. And of course, the performances are something that is always quite enriching and wonderful to experience. Now, the British Council runs a program called the Culture Connects program, and this particular piece of work sits under our Culture Connects program. And through that, we aim to, you know, we try to enhance the work of others. This literature helps to build bridges, you know, it sparks dialogue and inspires change. And we hope that this will happen throughout the festival. Our work in arts and culture is rooted in collaboration. We do not do anything in isolation. We acknowledge the power and the work and the richness that comes from our partners. And we ensure that we can enable artists, institutions, you know, to come together, different communities to come together so that they can share and exchange. And really we convene and we just facilitate as the British Council. Understandably, a lot of our work is about connecting different communities across, you know, Uganda, the rest of Africa, and particularly with the UK. So I hope that, you know, through your interaction in this festival, you will aim to engage fully, that you will invite others, as I said earlier, invite friends, family, whoever it may be, to engage to the extent that they're able to. And let us celebrate together, you know, what the arts provide us with, not just literature, but really all around what we can offer within our communities and the different cultures that we come from. And hopefully at the end of the day, whether it is to discover or reinforce our sense of belonging, I hope that you'll have an amazing experience doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Millicent and Goretti and Sheila. A round of applause to them. And yes, you can. For those of us in the academy, we know that conversations around who we are and what we believe about ourselves and the spaces that we occupy are things that disturb our mind a lot. But also the beauty about the academy and having events as these is that we realize that we need to continually interact regarding the issues that sometimes we take for granted. And we're glad that the conversations that are happening here, but also conversations that help us to realize that there is a lot more than who we think we are, because we are a network of many people that get to work together. So I'd like to thank Goretti and Sheila and Millicent for their opening remarks. Goretti, you have something of mine. Okay, we're going to have a performance. Sorry, my eyes are bad, eh? So we're going to have a performance by, is Carolina Chen here? Yes. I've been told there is a walk of pride and a walk of shame, so I'll allow Carol. Let's keep our hands together for Carol as she comes down with her walk of pride, as I was told. Please, let's keep the hand clap as Carol comes up the platform. Carol, that's yours. You can take your time, eh? Please come up front and let's get your performance, and then we'll have the next set of welcome speeches.
I am thinking, should I still hold this one, or I can just hide behind this? Okay, fine. Good afternoon. I'm Caroline Achen, a poetry and apologetic poet. It's a pleasure to be at Clafest. Okay. Where do I belong? Do I belong here? How do I navigate these spaces and these questions? I have always abhorred attention, always competed for second place, sometimes third or last place, because I love the aura of invisibility that was instilled inside me as a child. My high school headmistress always said that women are supposed to be seen but not heard. Every morning at assembly, she had a way of making us feel like we are second-class citizens in society. Muted sighs and constricted thoughts. Once, twice, thrice, I watched her command a room full of men and women to silence. And I wanted to be like her. But why was she selling this less position a woman should be? See, my aspirations rose like cake dough. I wasn't subjecting me to the position of a garden gnome, no. I wasn't subjecting me to be hung up on a wall like a picture frame. I wanted to be seen and heard. I wanted to be seen and heard, to raise up my voice and redefine a woman's place, to bring down the walls of abuse and exemplify my femininity in a world suffocating on sexism. I wanted to be free, to belong, to be me as a woman. So what is a woman's place? Is it her home? Or the homes that she inherits? Or the homes that she tries to fit in? Who decides that it is her home? Does she belong there? See, I come from a society where to be born a woman means one cannot win. A society that treats as a woman's self-worth to being covered or hidden from the world. Don't do this. Don't say that. Don't wear that. The ever-going barrage of don't is suffocating, playing second fiddle to men, a voiceless entity. A woman fit for the kitchen and his bed, holding her tongue, too afraid to look up and own her space. Vulgar, indecent, too revealing. These were the self-defeating words I heard the first time I wore a dress too short and a blouse begging for a holiday. The preacher called me immoral, not good enough for heaven. Tell me, am I undeserving of glory? To be gawked at and catcalled because I challenge the status quo. I want to be free from the chains of religion and tradition. To open my mouth as wide as a barn door and spell equality. I want to drink from the marua pot like my grandfather. To scour the pan of malakwang like my neighbor's wife. To curse like my maternal auntie. To spell freedom without fear, like Nina Simone. I want to be me, not confined in society's vacuum of perfection, not defined by place. Me. See, I am not your model of perfection, no. I am not a garden gnome or a picture to be hung up on the wall. I am a woman thriving in this space. Belonging, not because of narratives that have been hung on my shoulder like an anchor. I am a woman. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Carol. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to request my chair of the department. I wonder, okay, she's somewhere there. My chair of the department, my dean in the School of Languages. I'm seeing a protest somewhere. My chair of the department, I'm going to request you to come up front, make your opening remarks, and you'll invite my dean, who will invite my principal and vice chancellor. Dr. Eve Nabulia, you are most welcome. I have been overruled.
Yeah, please don't mind him calling me again, because he fears that I might sack him. But assure him that I won't. So once again, our Vice Chancellor, who is represented by we don't want to call a boss, but my principal at the College of Humanities and Social Science, which has hosted us here, and my dean of the School of Languages, Literature and Communication, and yes, and the country director of the British Council, our partners from Goethe Institute and Africa Writers Trust, our keynote speaker, writers in the house, invited guests, colleagues, our dear students, ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome. You don't seem to be confident that you're here. Please feel at home. Yes, now, in a special way, please join me to appreciate our partners, the Goti, Africa's Writers Trust, Africa Writers Trust, and the German Culture Society. I think they prefer being called that way. Yes, please thank you very much for giving the Department of Literature at Makerere the opportunity to host this year's festival. Thank you very much. Because this festival is here, many of our students have gotten an opportunity to attend. Our students in the house, please wave to our guests so they know you have attended. Yes, our students are really in the house. These are the next generation of writers, so it's very encouraging that you brought the festival here so that the next generation of writers can attend. Secondly, join me to thank the Principal, College of Humanities and Social Science, Professor Helen Kampala, for her tremendous support towards organizing this, the opening ceremony, this which we are attending today. My dear Principal, your support took us a long way. I would also like to thank the organizing committee for this event, and this had two wings. One wing was from our partners, and the other wing was from the Department of Literature. Our partners have been introduced to you already, so let me ask my colleagues from the Department of Literature to please stand up for recognition. Yes, and my colleagues have been, Department of Literature, we have been led by Professor Susan Kiguli. Professor Susan Kiguli, please wave. You are in the corner, people need to see you. Thank you very much for the hours of work. Lastly, I want to thank all writers in the house. I'm not mandated to talk about the keynote speaker, but she's one of those writers that have inspired many of our students. Writers in the house, you are very welcome. Thank you very much for honoring the invitation, because you hold the future of the field of literature, and please continue producing for the reader and for the critic. Now, this year's theme of belonging comes at a time when perhaps literature as a field of study has the greatest urgency to explain her raison d'etre. People want us to explain why we exist anyway. And it comes at a time when the world is more and more tilted towards physical sciences, and our secondary school children in Uganda here have to forego quite a lot to be able to choose literature as an option at the ordinary and advanced levels. But I want to assure you, even our dear Vice Chancellor here represented, I want to assure you that literature contributes a lot to global efforts towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Literary works create stable hypothetical worlds very similar to real worlds, and these function as perfect laboratories where the human condition is captured and frozen in various versions. This then facilitates the research in social political phenomena by providing stable data that cannot be collected through regular social research methodology. Talk about interviews and focus group discussions. Because here, with the literature and literary worlds, you can examine phenomena in a fictional world over and over again and get similar results. So literature is such a perfect laboratory where you can study and experiment with ideas on the human condition. So dear members of the literary fraternity, thank you very much for contributing to development, even when people think you cannot read Shakespeare to the water hyacinth. Well, so let me, with those few thoughts, let me take this honor to invite my dean, the School of Languages, Literature, and Communication, to come and speak to us. Please accord her the necessary applause and give her a walk of honor as she gets to us here. That's my dean. She's representing Professor Sauda Namialo, who is away on a conference, and she is also with us in spirit. Welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As you've been told, first of all, my name is Nachwala Aisha Sembatia. I'm the head of the Department of Journalism and Communication. I know Isaac won't like me saying that here, but I am representing my dean, Professor Sauda Namiaro, who is out of the country, but she's here with us in spirit. She welcomes all of you to this fest, and she sends her warm greetings. Please allow me to read her speech verbatim for you. And I will stand on the protocol that was earlier established by the head of Department of Literature. On behalf of the School of Languages, Literature and Communication, I'd like you to know what a great pleasure it is for us to see so many of you here for the second edition of the Kampala Rights Lit Fest. We are very happy that the Department of Literature, in partnership with the Gotti Centrum and British Council, have worked hard to come to this day. We are proud that the festival is curated by Goretti Chomhendo, a founding director of African Writers Trust and one of Uganda's well-known novelists. Ms. Chomhendo, I have been told you are going to launch a new novel, Promises. Congratulations. We are sure our students will pick many lessons from this event and will also be back here in the future to launch their own books and works, and that time, perhaps in different local languages that are taught at our school. The School of Languages, Literature and Communication is happy to be part of this festival that encourages Ugandan minds to think about their own heritage, language and values, as well as promotes the place of imagination in our midst. It is important that the innovators of this festival are encouraging us to think of what we are and how we came to be, and how and what our country will look like even when we are not here. We are especially glad to host the discussions with writers living here and those from the diaspora, because this will give our students a chance to think beyond the limits of boundaries and see how Uganda relates to the broader world, since we are in the era of the global village. I would like to thank the Department of Literature and all partners for giving the Makerere University community an opportunity to interact with the wider literary fraternity so that we all learn from each other. I'm sure that the discussions on our own stories and our own writers and how these interact with the world beyond, we will see each other in a new light and we will build stronger communities. That's the message from my boss, the Dean of the School of Literature, Languages and Communication. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, and dear guests, please allow me to invite my team leader. She normally doesn't like being called boss, so allow me to invite my team leader, Professor Helen Nkawala, to address you and also deliver some remarks from our Vice Chancellor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nachuwala. As I was thinking about the Walk of Fame, I also thought about Carol's poem, and I wanted to be me, so I decided to take a different route. Isaac, does that make you happy? Friends, it is a delight and an honor to host you this afternoon. Allow me stand on the existing protocol and really add my voice to say you are very welcome to us. You're very welcome to the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. You're very welcome to the Mine of Excellent Minds. Heartily welcome. As we celebrate today, we are looking at a situation, we are looking at an opportunity, we are looking at an occasion where creativity meets talent and determination. Dear creative writers in the room, what a delight. Dear partners, what a delight to see that you chose us. Thank you very much for accepting to come to Makerere University, but more so, to come to the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. And for us, in whatever we do, we emphasize critical things, and that is determination to excel for all and with all. As a college, I want to start by thanking my team, the head Department of Literature and your team, the dean, and all organizers. Such events as these remind us about one thing, and that is our position in this country. I know the head has talked about it, but I will re-emphasize. We are the bridge. We are the bridge between society, action, and development. We are the vehicle of societal transformation. We are humanities and social sciences. We are the most relevant. We are the heart and the soul of this university. We are. I hope it doesn't sound like a poem, but all I am saying is that the world needs to know that the challenges that we are having currently are simply because of one thing. They have forgotten the most important aspect of societal transformation, and that is you and I. We shall, in the next 3 days, remind them using all that we can and all that we have at our disposal. Allow me take the pleasure to thank all friends and colleagues. I heard we have a team from the UK, a team from Ghana, a team from Kenya, a team from Nigeria, a team from Somalia, a team from Uganda. I didn't hear Tanzania. Do we have Tanzania in the room? Okay. So allow me say, you're welcome to the team from UK, to our team from Ghana, Akwaba, and to our team from Kenya, Karibu. Indeed, the team from Nigeria, Kabo, and from Somalia, Sodo. To you Ugandans, Tusanisobalaba, Tusangaive, Karib, everything. Why am I saying that? We are in spaces where we are able to celebrate us. We are talking about belonging, and we are talking about being us. I really want to wish you a very good 3 days. Why am I saying that? The 3 days we are going to have here are the best classroom our dear students will ever have.
So allow me thank all the writers for co-teaching with us without billing us. And to the students, please use this opportunity to learn. This is the best space for you to pick up your talent, for you to pick up your intelligence, for you to learn. So that tomorrow, as you stand here to make the remarks that I am making, you will remember that you were nurtured by the village which is in this room. The college pledges and really wants to thank you, and I want to extend an invitation to our dear poet, curator. I'll call you Goretti. I don't know what you want to be called. Congratulations. And to all who are launching books, congratulations. And I want to say, we are happy to welcome you back. Dear Institute of Goethe, thank you. You are always welcome back. British Council, we are happy to host you again this December. So please, just know you're welcome. You don't have to wait for another full year. We can do it again in December. And the college will happily host you. And it's at this point that I do not know whether I should be inviting the Vice Chancellor, but allow me change the heart. And let's imagine I invited the Vice Chancellor, isn't it? This is the best room of imagination. So I'm going to read his speech so that we can all hear his voice. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, had confirmed to be with us, just as he had confirmed to be with us this morning. I think I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't tell you that this morning we're also delighted to host a very great historian, a son of the soil, Professor Falola Toyin. Why am I emphasizing these things? It is because we, as the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, we don't accept to be defined. We define ourselves. So we are here to occupy the spaces, and that's how far we can go. So back to the heart of the Vice Chancellor. He had confirmed to be with us. However, we have another guest in the campus, the First Lady, the Honorable Minister of Education. So he had to go and receive her. However, he sends his hearty welcome to each and every one of you. You're very welcome to Makerere University. And in his voice, I will read, again standing on the existing protocol. It is with great pleasure and a deep sense of history and anticipation that I stand before you today to officially open the second edition of the Kampala Right Fest. I'm so proud to see that this second edition is taking place at Makerere University. I appreciate the partnership with Goethe Centrum, Uganda German Cultural Association, African Writers Trust, the British Council, as well as the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Kampala. I'm particularly glad to know that this festival is on the second year running. I applaud Goethe Centrum, whose brainchild this festival is, and also greatly acknowledge the partners of the inaugural event. As you know, I am really enthusiastic about this festival now, being organized with the direct involvement of the Department of Literature, with firm support from the School of Languages, Literature and Communication, under the guidance of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. This enthusiasm draws from Makerere University's strong ties and interest in African literature and literature, and this university is being known for hosting historic literary events, particularly the 1962 Conference of African Writers of English, expression which has proved foundational in the debates around African literatures. We also cannot express enough pride for the great numbers of literary luminaries that have become a vibrant part of Makerere University's image and history. It's at this point that the Vice-Chancellor guides that permit him to acknowledge and ask us all to stand up and observe a moment of silence for the recently departed luminaries, namely Ngozi wa Thiong'o, Okello Ochuli, and just this week on Tuesday, Mary Karoro Okrot. May we stand. May they rest in peace, and may Makerere honor their legacy by organizing and supporting events such as this, particularly festivals and talks. Thank you. So we gather here not just to attend this event, but as a community united by our shared passion for Ugandan and African literature. I am so very glad to learn that this festival is bringing together a number of international writers with the aim of enhancing the African Writers Trust's goal of fostering dialogue between the writers living on the continent and those in the diaspora. We would like to welcome you all, our special writers, to Makerere University, and hope you will learn a lot about the illustrious history of this place in addition to enjoying your literary experience while here. I've been informed that the festival aims to foster a consistent, strong, and visible presence of Ugandan creative writers and their contribution to the growth and development of Uganda's literary sector, as well as the whole national and international think tank on issues of culture, identity, history, and development. I've also been informed that this opening ceremony, our own writer of repute, Jennifer Nansubuga Makumbi, will deliver the keynote address. We welcome you, Ms. Nansubuga Makumbi, to Makerere University, and would like to thank you very much for honoring our invitation and to show our gratitude to the British Council for facilitating your travel here. We hail you for keeping Ugandan letters on the pedestal. In the light of the university's vision to be research-led, we think this is yet another opportunity for literary scholars and creative writers to engage and further research on the literary community in Uganda and Africa as a whole. Your presence, therefore, will enhance the visibility of these efforts. Let us use this festival as a catalyst for fostering a stronger, more inclusive, and more vibrant literary community. Let us support our writers, celebrate their work, and continue to champion the power of storytelling in our society. I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers, sponsors, volunteers, students, everyone who has worked tirelessly to bring this second edition of the festival to life. Your dedication and passion are truly inspiring. And to all of you, our guests, thank you so much for being here and making this opening event a success. Now, with great excitement, I officially declare the second edition of the Kampala Writes Lit Fest open. May we all feel that we belong here for this festival and after, as we build for the future.
Thank you, Prof. I think we need another round of applause for Professor Helen. I know that Professor Chimba believes what I'm going to say. Helen does not belong to Religion and Peace Studies. Helen belongs to the Department of Literature. And Professor Mangeni disagrees, and I repeat, Helen belongs to the Department of Literature. One of the things that you said, and something that I've been intent on regarding my teaching career, is to really celebrate people that are alive. So this semester, my third year class is engaging with Goreti Chomhendo's Waiting, and they're also engaging with Violet Barungi's Cassandra. And these are Ugandan writers. I am so much intentional about us reading us, instead of us pretending that we're going to read dead white men. Oh, I didn't say that. Professor Chima is going to kill me for what I was about to say. But seriously, it's good to know that people who are alive are people that we celebrate. And for me, as an academic, it's important that I teach Ugandan writers, I think about Ugandan writers, and I'm intentional about having them even come to my class. And Goreti, we are supposed to have a conversation around that with my third year class. Okay, so now that we are officially open, and Prof, thank you for opening us up and for finally belonging to the Department of Literature, I would like to have another performance before we get into our keynote speech. Nii Ayikwei Parkes, is he in the room? Yes. He's going to, okay, please let's put our hands together as he comes down up the platform, and he's going to do a performance, and once he's done, we shall have our keynote speech. Parkes, you're most welcome.
Hi, everyone. I do use podiums sometimes, but I like the podiums where you can still see the person's legs. Because I don't trust people when they're talking, I can't see their legs. Because all the newscasters who've been telling us lies about Palestine, you can't see their legs. And I don't want to be one of them. Free Palestine. So my name is Nii Ayikwei Parkes, I'm from Ghana, and the first poem I'm going to read is called Kentri Akashwe, which is a phrase from my language, Amgar, which means don't play with my heart. There'll be words in it that you don't understand, but you're just going to have to trust me because we're trying to establish some kind of trust here. So we'll just go with that, okay? If you find yourselves like just handing money over to me afterwards, it's actually natural. I didn't put a spell on you. It starts with a little epigraph from Malcolm X. It says, "You see, I could conceive death, but I could not conceive betrayal." The first word I'll translate for you, it's one of my favorite words in my language and means trickster, Ojogwu. Ojogwu. My heart burns for you like bakoshito, spreading jealous green in the ripeness of my heart. Add not salt to my pain. Kentri Akashwe. Do not bury my passions in mlicha, hard, formless, and scorching in the sun, for I have loved you too much to merit such disdain. Kaima for pointing Heboshia, the smiles we shared over Ngai's spat crackle, the songs we sang together, voices as warm as water in a gudubang. Already past language, violating taboos as we shared komi keshito with man. Kaima minakai o. Kaima minakai. Kentri Akashwe. Do not linger in the wind of our union like a basket of dideshla. Kahani Tommy, Tomawula and your hunumi. O fine, Koba Shimie, ya. Can't you yakashwe? Don't keep leaving and coming back like a bogbalo. Doing a dance I do not understand, for I love you too much to merit such disdain. And that's the poem. The second poem is called A Concise Geography of Heartbreak. So as you can see, literature goes into other fields. I think this, we will share much more in it, and there won't be any foreign languages in it. In fact, you'll recognize quite a lot of things, being also a former colony of the British, who are also sponsoring this event. A Concise Geography of Heartbreak. Human geography. It starts from the skin, the same way Europeans came from the shore, smiling, setting up trading posts. When they whisper in your ears, nibble on your lobe, sending a shiver running through you. That's Stanley, pretending to be an explorer but under contract to King Leopold. A finger runs down your chest, raising goosebumps, your lips lock, and your all reserves run free. Environmental. You are learning a new language, every limb of your body possessed by the fire of this love that smelts gold, aluminium, copper, tin, and iron ore. You run when they ask, do for love things, making their lives easier. Meanwhile, they are with friends, planning how to deceive you, use you. It's the Berlin Conference in kisses. They're all up inside you. You're in your feelings, sappy as sliced rubber trees. Physical. You want to drop seeds and shit. Hell, maybe you do one or two until some night the forest fires start. It's like the worst kind of heartburn. All that BS you've swallowed, you start an independence movement. Define limits, draw borders. They come pleading. They offer we're losing some papers here. They offer enticements. Ambassadors make compelling cases, sending tears, seeding them in your eyes. But once you've seen their true purpose, you can't unsee it. You must save your heart, even if it means you will hurt. Even if the new country you carve is an assembly of broken things, it is yours. You will compose an anthem and sing it like an orgasm. You will sew a flag from fragments of new insight, fly it as high as you hold your head. And that's the poem. So I have this series called Crossroads and the Blues. And I'm going to do one section from it, but I have no band over here, so you're going to have to be my band. And it's a series of poems about blues musicians. One of the myths about one particular one, which I'm going to read here, Robert Johnson, is that he sold his soul to the devil, and that's why he played so well. Now, this kind of myth of when Africans or African-descended people do things is just because of talent. I think it undervalues the amount of work people put into perfecting their craft. And all of these blues musicians, they emerged out of a culture of having to work as sharecroppers, and then when they finished work, they would spend hours playing until they were really good. And so for the myth to be that he sold his soul to the devil, and then when you see the list of great guitarists who just imitated him, he's further down on the list than them. So that's, I also don't have a harmonica, but I'm going to do something. Anyway. It's okay, don't worry. You can come and play if you want. Okay. So all you're going to do is when I sing and you do, right? Can you do that? I love it. It's kind of deep. It's got weight like matoke. Do it one more time. Okay. So, Robert Johnson. Know that song of 27? First riff on that comes from me. No, you didn't have to do it then, but it's all good. And I'm an endless rambler, jump on every train I see. But I ain't never met no devil unless they came to see me. You get it in the end, it's all right. I played in many hellholes, still couldn't pay my bills. Till 100 past my birthday, girls were my only other thrill. If you take away my music, there's nothing more to reveal. In my head I hear boogie and turn it blue on my strings. Just like Zimmerman taught me, I plug these blues from my strings. Watch me sing my heart out on corners like an angel floats on wings. Call me invisible, call me ghost. You won't forget my name. Number 11 of my mama's children. You won't forget my name. Hear blues, rock and roll playing, and I know I changed the game. So you can do a Dipio at the end. Thank you very much. Now, I have a final poem because I think I'm only doing 10 minutes. And with this, again, because now you've got the taste, when I told you to do you were doing excess so I'm going to keep you more involved. So you all know the alphabet. Right, this poem involves all the sounds of the alphabet, so if I miss one, you will know I've missed one, because it's in sequence. And it's called A to Crazy. I wrote this as a challenge when my sister was like, oh, you think you can play with words, can you use all the sounds of the alphabet? It's kind of a love poem, it's A to Crazy, so with every couple of lines, I have to use a sound, okay? So it starts like, if I had to give marks for class, I'd give you a straight. Always looking real, a regal presence in any place to. I imagine you've mastered all the rules and show me the way to Exeter. Just a few minutes I play with your intellect and I feel a vibe. The whole experience is heady. I feel rare. You're feeling Miles and Joe Scott, Red, Toni Morrison, and watch Bruce Lee. I'm mesmerized by your voice, a mixture of honey and cinnamon and a dash of bass clef. What was that? No, you didn't call me a smooth talking G. Just because I dress different and smile when I see a beautiful woman. Nah, girl, switch that G with an H. Hard-working brother, raised right by his mother, taught respect under his father's watchful. Wait, come on and go with me. Come on over, come on over, come on over, come on over to my place. Teddy, will you dance with me? Show some love to the D. Now step a little closer. You won't come to any harm. Put your arms around me, it's O. Yes. Yeah, I see you, I see you. I have to say you move that body real well, swell. Let's talk some more. You got the L there? Where you from, where you heading? If you have plans, will you stick with them? I have a recipe I'd like to try. Lovely food, you, some blues, and maybe something after 10. See, I'm thinking if we spend more time together, I'll learn to handle your flow, and you stop thinking that I talk a little too much and I lean very funny, and maybe I'm just a little bit creepy. When I know you, when you know me, when you've tasted my cooking, when you've stared up my ceiling and tested my IQ, you got the Q there? You can tell me if you, like me, believe we should be more than we are. See, you got the R too. See, I believe we should be more than we are, and I'm really feeling you, but I want you to lead the way. Don't want to cause you any stress. But I have to tell you, you've got it all, plus something sublime, something I can only call Afrosexuality. See, I love being with you, around you, 100% in touch with you, but I'm looking for a chance to be a part of you, inside of you. And I know this may seem a little too fast. I mean, we only met. It might be a gram too heavy. But the fusion of my dreams and reality makes me see a lot of you. It's like double you, double me, one in my head, one in my bed. And this feeling is tight. I see you as light. And when you caress me at night, I know this feeling has eternal might, and I never want to be your. And I've thought about it. I sat with my friends, with my counselor, and it's too much for me to explain. I guess if I had to, I would say, you are earth. Or is earth down here? You've confused me. You are earth, you are sky, You are water, wind, and fire. You are woman, I am man, and you drive me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, we're going for a keynote. Is Jen here? Miss Jenna, yes. We're going to have a photo moment, and then we'll get into our keynote speech this afternoon. So, Miss Anyango, who is our communications officer, I'm going to request you to please come up. Yeah, so you're going to stand here. Just 1-2 minutes max. Promise. Yes. So my principal, my dean, my chair, please, we're going to take the pictures from down here. And our organizers, our partners from the British Council and Goti Zentrum, I'm going to request you to please just come up here, and we're going to take the photo in 1 minute or 2, and then I will let go of this microphone. Yes, here.
Ekiseera kirituuka alituzikiza oyo. Ekiseera kirituuka alituzikiza oyo. Tuli misubawa kwake tikyatutonderwa. Tuli misubawa kwake.
And then I'm going to request them to again stand. We're going to take a picture with everyone in the room standing. Just one more picture, and we'll be done. Yes, standing where you are. And every one of us, please, let's get up on our feet. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to request the following people to please come up front. Susan Kiguli and the keynote speaker, please come up and take your seats. So we're going to have our keynote speech, and it's going to be delivered by someone that Susan Kiguli will introduce. Susan calls me her Gucci bag for certain reasons that she and I know, and Professor Chima is shocked. And Susan and I go far, far away in the past, but also she, and this is something I keep saying so proudly, she and Professor Dipio supervised my doctoral thesis. It's something I am eternally grateful to them for. And yeah, if you want to clap, you can clap. If you don't want, that's perfectly fine. My students say that Susan and I behave the same way. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. So Susan is a renowned Ugandan poet and academic. Currently, she is Associate Professor of Literature, and she's a former head of Department of Literature. She holds a PhD in English from the University of Leeds and other advanced degrees from the UK and Uganda. Her research focuses on African poetry, performance theory, and popular song, and she's received prestigious fellowships, including the African Studies Association Presidential Fellowship and the African Humanities Fellowship. Kiguli has served in leadership roles within FEMRITE, the African Writers Trust, and other literary bodies, and has actively participated in international festivals and conferences. Her poetry collection, The African Saga, Home Floats in a Distance, and Weeping Lands, have received critical acclaim and international awards, including the National Book Trust of Uganda Poetry Award and the Ali Sul Mediterranean Libri and Cultural Award in Italy. Susan Kiguli, I would like you to come and introduce our keynote speaker, and let's enjoy the next hour of our presentation and event. Thank you very much.
I don't know why everybody is so serious. Can we make our guests feel we are at Makerere? Makerere! Makerere! Chusoye! Literature! Ra! Cha! E! Distinguished guests, I stand on the protocol established by the speakers before me. I have the challenging task of introducing someone who needs no introduction. Jennifer Nansubuga Makumbi is a celebrated Ugandan writer in the diaspora and a household name here at home. We, in fact, at the moment, have a doctoral student and colleague in the department, Julian Namingo, JN, as we call her in the department, whose research is on Makumbi's work. And she's being supervised partly by Professor Dominic Dipio and Professor Edgar Nabutani. Julian, let the people see you and believe that I'm not telling tales. All those who love literature and can read have at least either been told about or have actually read Makumbi's first novel, Chintu. Chintu, the Chintu saga, as she first called it, was Makumbi's doctoral project. Was Makumbi's doctoral project, and when Lancaster University passed it as a worthy project, she set about looking for somewhere to publish it. Chintu found a home with Kwani Trust when it won the Kwani Manuscript Prize in 2013 and was published by Kwani in 2014. Then the story of awards for Jennifer Makumbi started in earnest. And when her novel, The First Woman, or A Girl is a Body of Water, which is the American version, came out in 2020, Makumbi had formed an intimate rapport with being shortlisted and winning awards. Can someone clap? Makumbi's writing is a distinctive brand formed out of consummate engagement with narratives and discourses of womanhood, femininity, identity, power, and survival within the context of the elusive and complex interweaving of modernity and tradition in the African setting. Makumbi cuts the typical figure of what in literary circles we would term as the resisting writer. Even when writing in English, she absolutely and actively resists the pressure of the idea of sovereignty of any culture or language and adopts an idiom with which she's familiar and with which she has heard her people express themselves in. So, in her books, it's expected to find phrases such as banange, mi mukamiro, twafudedda. And you have to make them out. She does not explain them for you. As she has expressly stated, I don't write for a Western audience. If I can understand Shakespeare, you can understand me. In this same idiom, Makumbi, particularly in her phenomenal book, The First Woman, resists the notion of women being easy, simple, chaste, and easy to decipher or read. Makumbi, I would like to propose to you, is the thinker and writer who is deeply sensitive to interrogating how values and assumptions are built into words and are available and sometimes apparently unavailable. Her writing and speech is vigorous, energetic, and fast-moving, full of quotable quotes. And for this occasion, I would like to quote from The First Woman on the theme of belonging, which Makumbi is going to address in her keynote. Chirabo's father, Tom, or Tom Sange, states, "Home is a funny thing, is it not? I I might call that place in Bugolobi home. But when people ask me where home is, I say, Nateta with Miro. All these places we live at, but Nateta, where our kin alive and asleep are, is our true home. Ladies and gentlemen, as you think over that, let me say that it is hard to emphasize how important words chosen to introduce Makumbi are, and how inadequate they will always be. Therefore, I invite you all to have a first-hand experience of a storyteller alive in the person of Jennifer Nansubuga Makumbi, PhD, Uganda, Kampala, Nateta, everywhere. But at this moment, at Makerere University, can someone, Makerere oye? Makerere oye? Makumbi oye?
Hello, everyone. Allow me to recover from that. Thank you, Susan, for that epic introduction. I'll walk taller for it, and I'll have a spring in my step, because being welcomed like that back at home is huge. You have no idea. And thank you, Susan, for your teaching. Apparently, it's legendary. I've heard about you in Britain. I've met young aspiring writers, and the first thing they tell you, yeah, Susan Kiguli taught me. That woman is crazy. She loves literature. So thank you for your teaching. So that Kazungu statement, I think, was a backhanded compliment, you know. I thank Makerere for hosting us in this huge, beautiful hall. When I walked in, I felt a little bit intimidated, but seeing your faces reassures me. And I thank the British Embassy and the British Council for putting effort and money into Ugandan literature. You don't know what it means to the young and old writers sitting here. This is a fantastic occasion for us, Ugandans. And the Germany Embassy and the Goethe Institute, the idea of a Kampala Lit Festival is just fantastic for us writers, because this is where we come to meet readers. It's wonderful for booksellers, because this is where they come to meet book buyers. And this is where literature students meet authors and talk to their lecturers as well. So thank you for that. And finally, African writers trust the machinery behind everything. You know, when you look at a duck on water, it seems to float quite seamlessly, you know, gently. But if you look down there, the legs are frenetic. That's the African writers' trust. Now, I stand in this great hall on the shoulders of my literary ancestors, and I would like to mention a few of them, because, you know, it's not every day that I stand at Makerere. I want to remember Evelyn Namukwaya, Rosie Mbowa, John Nagenda, Okello Ochuli, Okot Pabitek, of course, Okot Pabitek, Lubwa Puchong, who was my lecturer, and finally, Mary Okrut, who has joined the ancestors. And I fly because I was launched on such strong shoulders. I thank everyone in this country who teaches literature and history. Despite all the challenges in this country and education, I want to tell you what a great job you're doing, because everywhere I go, when I meet African writers, when I meet Western readers, when I talk about what I studied in history and what I studied in literature, they say, I can't believe you did all of that. And I don't know how we did it. But apparently we have a fantastic syllabus in those two subjects. I can't speak for any other subjects. And Professor Baschimba, you knew me when I was an annoying undergraduate, didn't you? Yeah, and I thought I knew it all. And Professor Baschimba introduced me to African oral traditions as a course rather than as storytelling that we did at home. And it has made me who I am, and I treasure you, sir. Now, I would like us to reflect on belonging in Uganda, and that is the respectable title for my talk. But deep down, I'm thinking, let's reflect on the shenanigans of belonging in this country, because you don't realize how we belong in this country until you've left it and looked back through lenses of loss, of longing, and also lenses of the culture or the country you're living in. And you compare and contrast, and sometimes you shake your head in disbelieving, and sometimes you are actually proud that you actually belong to Uganda. So, mbalamusiza nnyo mwenna. Aha, that is interesting. Mujebala emirimu. Akuuma atakumira mpeera. Mwebale kujja. Ladies and gentlemen, to me that is belonging. Okay? But I could see your faces from here. There were some people who were like, of course, thank you for speaking Luganda. And there are some of you who are like, excuse me? This is Makerere, we speak English. But that is because the nature of belonging is as such that when you belong, someone doesn't. So when I spoke Luganda, all of the people who speak Luganda belonged, and those who don't felt excluded. But I also wanted to speak Luganda because maybe I'm growing old, but lately I'm becoming aware of the loss that us Africans are incurring because of these the languages from the West, which are wonderful because I'm able to talk to everybody in Uganda because of English, and everybody in Africa, Anglophone Africa, because of English. But at the same time, these languages can be cannibalistic. They cannibalize languages. You've heard that we lose 2,000 languages in the world every month. And there's a sense every time I come home that, first of all, Luganda is no longer spoken the way it was spoken when I was here, but also the sense that our languages are incapable of carrying sophisticated thought. And therefore, as soon as a child arrives, you must learn English because that's the only way you're going to make it. One day we will get there and every one of us will be speaking English, and then we'll look back and say, what happened? We once had languages, because with languages go the culture. But let's leave that at that. You all know that I went to a local secondary school, Trinity College in Nabingo, a Catholic girls' boarding school on Masaka Road. Anyone from Nabingo? No? Sister, you went to Nabingo? Brilliant. Wonderful. Anyway, that school at the time probably we were 1,000 girls. And probably around 70 to 75% of the girls came from central Uganda, okay? And the rest of the 30% came from the rest of the country, okay? That meant, in fact, at the time, they used to send buses to Masaka to collect girls from there because Masaka at the time was the home of Catholicism in Uganda. And therefore, we spoke Luganda in school and we spoke English. Now, the largest part of the 30% of the girls that came from the rest of the country were girls from the West. And those girls were Bafumbira, Banyankole, Bitolo, Nyanko, Bachiga, and Banyoro. Yeah, 5 groups. And we just called them Westerners sometimes. Sometimes we call them, yeah, I've heard someone whispering it. I didn't want to say it. Basheshe. And that came out of the sound which comes from the West, which we don't have in Uganda. But most of the time, we call all of them Banyankole. Now, I know that the Bachiga were absolutely, they hated it. They hated being called Banyankole. But we didn't care. All of them were Banyankole. Now, there was something about these girls. They congregated. So if you had a girl from the West in your dormitory, you would have, after classes or during the weekend, you'd have like 20 girls coming to be with that girl. And they congregated around the bed. And they spoke their language. And they were loud, probably laughing at us at the same time. And they ate their food, they shared. We imagined it was always bushera. Everybody was sister, cousin. We were like, oh, excuse me. So everybody that comes from there is, yeah, this is my sister. And it just didn't make sense to us why they were so close, why they needed to be together, because people from the North didn't do that, but people from the West were particular. Then, probably 20 years later, I immigrated to Britain. And I called KLM. It was the cheapest at the time. And as soon as I arrived at Schiphol, the national airport in Amsterdam, nobody told me anything. But I just started to look for familiar faces. I started looking for Africans in the airport. And when I saw one, I looked at them, and they looked back, and sometimes they smiled. And it was to say, yeah, I am here too, and it's a safe space. And when I joined university, we congregated. Yeah, we sought each other out, every African. And every African was a sister from Zimbabwe, this is a sister from Malawi, this is a brother from Ghana. And we shared food, and the bloody British called all of us Nigerians. And, you know, it was pretty annoying. Because I remember my friends would say, oh, meet Jenny. Jenny's Nigerian. I would say, no, I'm Ugandan. They say, oh, Ghanaian. You can't win because Uganda doesn't exist. If there's another country in Africa, it's Ghana. And then we found out that the British did not like our presence because apparently we would play reggae music all day long, loud, and if we congregated, we would bring their houses, the value of their houses down. But nonetheless, we would get together Christmas, Eid, Easter, but mostly on our Independence days. I didn't touch it. Okay. So we would get together, we would dress African, we would play African music loud and dance all day, probably driving the locals mad. But in all that time, it never occurred to me once that I was taking part in something similar to what the girls from Western Uganda did at Nabingo. That of creating new belongings in the face of unbelonging. Now, let's get the definitions out of the way. I'm at a university, So belonging is one of those nebulous concepts that are hard to pin down to a single precise meaning. It keeps changing in subtle ways and picking up meaning here, discarding some there, depending on the circumstances. So inevitably, it throws up multiple definitions. So an online dictionary defines belonging as to be a property of, to be a member of, to be rightly placed in a specified position. However, Ishtar Mera, a scholar, belonging is that space which creates most comfort for her, while Radha Agrawal defines belonging as a deep relatedness and acceptancy, a feeling of I would rather be here than anywhere else. And for these two scholars, belonging is a sense of being at home. It's about comfort, it's about well-being. Now, in general, belonging is a profound, universal human experience woven deeply into fabrics of our identities, relationships, and societies. At its heart, belonging represents the feeling of being accepted, valued, and connected, whether to a community, a place, or a group. It transcends culture, age, and time. And it manifests in both subtle and overt ways. And belonging is critical to humanity because it grounds us. It shapes our identities and allows us to flourish because, as Brené Brown states, we are biologically, cognitively, physically, and spiritually wired to love and to be loved and to belong. And in this modern life, amidst fast-moving technological advances, shifting societal norms, and increasing immigration, the question of belonging has become central to our existence, to search for meaning, connection, and fulfillment. Now, we belong in multitude ways, and I'm going to mention a few that are useful to this paper. First, kinship or family belonging, which is the most intimate and closest belonging there is, and which starts at home. It is involuntary. We don't choose our families. And family belonging is characterized by unconditional love, mutual support, and common values. And then, of course, there's friendship and intimate relationships. These are voluntary relationships, and we walk in and out of them. They are chosen and nurtured through trust and shared interests. Then there's the cultural and ethnic belonging characterized by heritage, language, values, cuisine, dress, ritual, music and dance, and other traditions. Of course, religion or religious belonging, which is in some places like Europe and in the Middle East, sometimes is considered culture, but which is characterized by ceremony, worship, and sometimes dress and festivals. Finally, national belonging, which is rooted in geography, history, and citizenship. Now, if we think of belonging as being at home, then a story too offers readers a temporary sense of being at home. For in a story is that sense of I'd rather be here than anywhere else. When we immerse ourselves in a novel, we travel to new worlds, we find new homes in new places, and make ourselves part of it. So stories have the unique power to connect us to places and delve into what it means to belong to that culture, to that community at that time. Often when the story ends, and physically you can carry on with life before you actually mentally realign yourself with the world. So I'll give you an example. The first time I read The River Between, I was pretty young. And I was living with my father at the time. And my father was the kind of dad who every day came back with a different book and gave it to me. And then we discussed the book that I had read the day before. But of course, sometimes he didn't come back with the book. And he had a huge bookshelf. And so I would go through looking for the thinnest volume of his books. So God helped me, I landed on The River Between. And for the first time I was reading an African novel. And I was Mudhoni, and I was vivacious, and I was beautiful. And Wayaki fell in love with me. And everything was wonderful. Until, and yes, I wanted to be circumcised. I had no idea what happens, but I wanted to be circumcised in the tribe. And then I fell sick. I really fell sick. And then I died. And I remember thinking, these Africans, I don't know how to write novels. How can the main character die? Because it was so close. Of course, I couldn't put it away. I went back to the novel. And then my sister Nyambra texts my man. I thought, what is going on here? And then at the end of the novel, even Wayaki is arrested. If you haven't read it, I've spoiled it for you. I'm sorry. You should have read it by now. But I remember my dad coming home, and I was, tremulous. And I asked him, do you know what happened to Wayaki? And this guy, nonchalant, said, Wayaki, he was eating something. Wayaki. Oh, wasn't he buried alive? I swear I didn't sleep. That's how much I was in Kameno Makuyu. We hated the people in Makuyu. I was in Kameno, I was Kenyan, that's how much you become part of a story. So stories are critical to belonging. In fact, stories are the lifeblood of belonging. Beside entertainment, stories inform, they educate, they preserve culture, and inspire members of a group. They are the invisible threads that anchor us to our pasts, help us to make sense of the present, and guide us towards a shared future. So the rituals, the myths, the histories that families or communities cherish are transported through stories to serve as a common reference point, binding members together with the invisible ties of meaning. Communities, whether the smallest family unit or the entire nation, are built upon shared narratives. So to a non-Muganda, phrases like Bana ba Chintu or Bazukulu ba Nambi may mean nothing, but to a Muganda they mean to belong. They are reassuring that one is part of a collective. They define who we are and differentiate us from them. This is why phrases like that foster patriotism and collective memory. Can I ask, how many of you are readers? Just put up. That is most of you, you're readers. Brilliant. So there is also a community of bookish people. I'm happy to be amongst you, which most of us here belong to. It is small, and some people say rather exclusive. So a few people I've met in Europe have challenged me about writing for Ugandans. Apparently, they came to Uganda and were told that Ugandans don't read. Now, this means that these people, or there are people in Uganda who don't know that we exist, or they are trying to erase us. And I stand here to testify that there is a thriving community of readers in Uganda. Because while at Nabingo, we had an eclectic community of readers who knew each other, and all that connected us was reading novels. Now, this community cut across age. We did not care whether you were an S1 or an S6. We did not care for your tribe or wealth. If you owned popular novels, you had status. You drove a hard bargain. Yeah? The rest of us, by then I had lost my father to mental illness, we negotiated, we were polite, and we were nice. We knew who loved which books and which authors and which genres. Everyone knew I would not touch Stephen King or any horrors, so you didn't bother to swap them with me. We spoke a language that intrigued other girls. You know, your girl would say, "Have you met Sidney Sheldon?" "No." "Jennifer, you haven't lived." So I've met all Mario Puzzos there are. Someone would say smugly. I can't stand Danielle Steele. I've read 3 of her books and I decided that life is too short for that kind of torture. Oh, give me a Jackie Collins anytime and keep your food. So the dire absence of book novels in the library had led to an illicit, cutthroat book trade of lend me yours, I'll lend you mine. And that, the negotiation was on days. 3 days if it's 600 pages, 1 day if it's 200. You know what I'm talking about. And often they would say, if you trade my book, I'll kill you. These are the book owners. So girls did not lend you their books out of the goodness of their hearts. It was in punk way. For us who did not own books, you read a novel faster than you stated, covered it with a newspaper, and traded it with another first reader who gave you another book. But if you were caught or found out, book owners were unforgiving. Word would go around, don't lend that Nansubuga your books, she'll trade them, and you were blacklisted in the community. Now, I never owned a book, a novel, but there were girls who received book sets. Do you know what I'm talking about? Book sets, this cluster, through the post because they had relatives in the UK or the US who bought these books and sent them to them. And when they were going to work, they would walk around, carrying the book set like, I own the world. And all of us are now planning how to get hold of their books. Meanwhile, the rest of the girls in the school were suspicious of this community because, apparently, we isolated ourselves, we could not conform, we loved to get into arguments, Susan. Apparently, we thought we were cleverer than everyone else, and for those who did literature, we were considered plain weird. You got in an argument with a girl, and after a while she asked, Nansubuga, do you do literature? If you said yes, she said, no wonder, with such contempt. So often, when I'm invited to literary places like this, it does not matter where, Europe, Africa, Asia, or the Americas. It does not matter the language. The minute the program starts, I'm home. I belong because there's only one kind of person in this space, the reader. Yes, there are facilitators, booksellers, agents, publishers, journalists, lecturers, and writers, but one thing unites us, reading. We tend to be curious, passionate, reflective, empathetic. Am I describing you? Eager to learn, open-minded, tolerant. Am I still describing you? Independent in thought, and often we have a keen self-awareness. I know that readers in this place understand me in ways my family will never do. Because I've had family members asking, reading again? Don't you ever get tired of books? Oh, that's why you wear glasses. You killed your eyes with too much reading. And then there was my stepmother who would say things like, why do you read a book that's going to make you cry? Put it down. And I remember looking at my father, who was an avid reader, and thinking, seriously, you married her? But of course, then I dated someone, a boyfriend who said, oh, you're buying more books? The bookshelf is full. And I remember thinking, you don't realize that, yes, the bookshelf ends here, but it ends up to the ceiling. You know, just don't walk too close. So belonging to a group can influence achievement, whether at the family or even ethnic or national level. Being a part of a community that values success in a certain subject can motivate members to strive to accomplish and avoid failure. If you grow up hearing in your family, oh, we are an academic family, or we are a political family, or we are a sporting family, chances are you'd be turning into one of those. So I know of a family where mom and dad were doctors, and so were their 4 children. But then again, all Ngoji's children are writers. In fact, failure to conform is where the term black sheep of the family comes from. Because when a group keeps recounting generations of intellectuals or politicians or sports personalities, it can be inspiring to young generations. It happens in tribes as well. I hear that the Igbo in Nigeria are supposed to be good at trade, while the Yoruba intellectuals have avoided Ugandan tribes intentionally. It happens at racial level, so you hear that Ashkenaz Jews, those are the Jews who lived in Central and Eastern Europe, and intellectual exceptionalism, English. Because in science, philosophy, literature, technology, commerce, their representation is off the charts. They are just 0.02% of the world population, but have won 20% of the Nobel Prizes. And of course, they're the nations. I don't know if anybody went to Uganda Road when there was a headmaster called Almeida. No? God, I'm old. Yeah, apparently, Almeida, if you are Indian, Almeida was Indian. If you're Indian and failed mathematics, he would say you're an embarrassment to the nation. And that encouraged Indian kids to do well at mathematics. Now, that is what we call manipulation of groups or group members for positive results through beliefs, myth, law, and sheer hard work. But on the other hand, something called stereotype threat. 2 can engender achievement. Now, stereotype threat is the physiological phenomenon where individuals fear conforming negative stereotypes about their community, and so they excel. So as an African in Britain, I quickly found out that the world out there believed that Africans have a low IQ. I had no idea before I went. People were clever in Uganda, so I arrived at my master's class, and there were 12 of us, and I was the only African. There was one mixed race girl. But every time I put up my hand to give an answer, everybody would just tighten, as if I'm about to, an onslaught of I don't know what. So, of course, I had a Ugandan accent. It didn't help. So, 3 times it happened, and I stopped putting up my hand. But my lecturer was very sensitive, and he would prod and prod. Jenny, what do you think? Jenny, what? But I didn't want to contribute. And the other thing I noticed about these students, they could talk so beautifully, beautiful words. But when they finished whatever they were saying, I was sitting there thinking, what did she say? What? I'm looking for the gist of what they were saying, and I'm not finding it. And I thought, Jennifer, you're so dumb, it's ridiculous. Then halfway through the term, we did our first assignment. Now, before I left Uganda, I was a teacher. I was teaching English and literature. And I was teaching in an international school, so I was preparing students for Cambridge exams. So I thought I knew what I was doing. So I was quite shocked when I arrived there and people could dare imagine that I was dumb. Never mind, I started to believe it. So when they gave us the assignment, I set myself the least grade I could get. As a teacher, you do that to yourself. When the results came back, I was 7 marks off the cutoff I'd given myself, and I was quite disappointed. But as we left the class, the boys said, guys, let's go for a drink to the pub to celebrate this milestone. So we went. I don't drink, so I bought my Diet Coke. And they started to drink. And slowly they opened up. And then they started to say things like, can you imagine the bastard gave me this? And then everybody went around saying their mark. I kept quiet until somebody said, Jenny, what did you get? And I realized that if I told them my mark, which was less than I had planned for, they would think I'm lying. So Ugandan style, I pulled it out of my bag and flashed it. Yes, I was 7 marks ahead of the next person. And I'm telling you, they all fell silent. And then a man, and I remember him very well because he was wearing a pink tie. He was sitting over there. He said, they give them high marks to encourage them. I said, bring it on. But I had no intention of doing exceedingly well. I just needed a master's degree. It doesn't matter. What matters is your published book. But I went to town. And when we finished, I remember when we went for graduation, I was told to sit, we were sitting according to alphabetical order. So the A's were there. But I was told to sit before the A's. And they kept on calling me back, Jenny, you are an M. I said, yeah, but they've told me to sit here. And then this woman who was graduating us said, This year, we are happy to announce that we have somebody who's passed with distinction. Oh, you should have seen me walking. You call this a walk? Oh my God. It was just about proving them wrong, nothing to do with anything else. And unfortunately, that desire to disprove what they think of us followed me into teaching, because when I passed that well, I was asked to do a PhD, and as soon as I started to do a PhD, I was told to teach. Now remember, I had done my first degree in education. I knew about a lesson plan, and I was taught by Ruwa Pushong, who told me that a class, students don't learn unless they enjoy the lesson. So make sure people are entertained, then you'll engage them. So I took this with me to those classes, and I did my best. But of course, Africans at the time, we were not known to be dispensers of knowledge. We were recipients of knowledge. So and I looked very young. And whenever I walked in, I remember the first class, this guy turned around. Where is she? I walked in and he's asking me, where is she? I said, she's me. Let's get started. And for a very long time, because I was desperate for the teaching, I needed the money. I bent over backwards in my classes, and I worked so hard. I gave so much. And still students would say things like, I'm not sure I'm getting the value for my money. I mean, her accent, I can stand the accent, but, and then I started to teach creative writing. By then, I had won the Kwani Manuscript Project. I had won the Global Commonwealth Prize. None of the lecturers in Lancaster had that, and that is not much compared, but still students hankered for the other lecturers. And for 6 years, my students did best, and often the best student came out of my class. And thank you. But then one year, I think maybe the lecturer thought, okay, we can trust her and give her more classes. So I was given 6 classes out of 12. So half of the first years, I was teaching them creative writing. And I had some, because creative writing comes with a little bit of talent. And sometimes you can pick on the talent when these students arrive in first years. And this boy was off the charts. He was so good and very, very intelligent. But there was another class with a very different dynamic, and that class started a wave of, why is she teaching us? Token, they allow them to teach because they want to tick boxes. And so they had chosen this young man who was very good to be a university their first year representative, and they asked him to write a complaint about me, which he did duly. But unfortunately, I had a record behind me, so the lecturers were like, sorry, we're really sorry, but kids. So I remained teaching them. But this boy, I'll never forget him, because he would see me coming and he would cross the road. Not because he was racist or anything, because a deep sense of guilt was killing him. Because he was intelligent, he knew I was teaching him, but he had been made to write this. By the time he was in his 3rd year, he was getting C's. And then he came to me and said, Jenny, can you look at my work? What is going wrong? And I looked at it. And he was writing stories like, the Yorkshire landscape is my main character. I said, oh, Sweetheart, you go back to what you were writing in the first year. Look at how you're writing it. You know, you must have a main character. You must have a plot. You must have this and that and that. You will pass well. But that was the nature of trying to prove yourself backwards. And you know what was annoying was that I am doing so much more than other lecturers, and you're passing well, and I'm getting nothing out of it. Of course, my writing improved, but I would have preferred things to be much better, much different. So while manipulation of community members and stereotype threats can engender achievement, as in my case, they can also foster failure. Because when members are pushed, they can balk under the unrealistic expectations of the group, which may lead to underperforming and sometimes creating self-fulfilling prophecies. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the dark side of belonging. Because while the desire to belong is universal, not everyone experiences it equally. Despite belonging's promises of warmth, protection, support, often barriers to belonging can rise from prejudice, discrimination, and social inequality. Factors such as language, name, socioeconomic status, disability, sexual orientations, and cultural backgrounds may create obstacles to fostering a sense of belonging. Everywhere in the world, bodies are read for signs of belonging. Language, accents, clothing, skin color, hues, and other body features, then they are used to exclude. And it starts at family level. Apparently, where unconditional love presides. So here in Buganda, the minute you arrive as a baby, every bit of you is read for belonging. Now, I don't know whether this still happens, but people of a certain age, you know of the mothers-in-law, especially if you're not married into the family. So your boyfriend runs to mom and dad, "Mom, my girlfriend has had a baby," and the mother arrives the following day, picks up the child, starts with the toenails. And if you hear sounds like, Onoba mwana nabachigwe, you know you're in trouble. Onoba mwana nabachi means what kind of child are you going to make? You know you're in trouble. When I had my baby, my boyfriend at the time was a very light-skinned man. In fact, we used to walk around the city holding hands, and you could see his hand very, very light, pale, and mine very dark. And people would shout, I'm going to say this in Luganda, "Gweno yo jakanya bizigo kati." Make sure sente ezigula ebizigo obiziweza. In other words, are you rich enough to bleach her because she's too dark? So when I had the baby, his family came. Now both his mother's side and his dad's side were pale, and they arrived. The grown-ups were fine. They were, "Oh, what a lovely child, what a lovely child, but you look like your mother. Oh, but what a lovely child." And they went. But the kids, they were like, "Oh, man, I'm you know, the baby is very dark." And I thought, yeah, he spent 9 months in my stomach. What did you expect? We are very dark people. And it followed me around, because one time I was walking down the taxi park. I didn't see where this man came from. Probably he was watching us as we came. And when I got to him, he said, "Hey, what bomwana omusajja?" And, you know, like, the boy looks like me, and therefore I stole him from the father.
it's the way we read bodies for signs of belonging. It's just off the charts. It's also at tribal levels. I remember at Nabingo, a girl would arrive from the West, and everything about her screams Westerner. And you ask her, what's your name? Nyamtebi. What? Nyamtebi. Oh. Yeah, nze Nyamtebi. You mean Namtebi? Yeah, Nyamtebi ngedire mamba. But of course, within Buganda, we knew. Because as soon as you're like, oh, no, you would say, oh, my dad is a Muganda, but my mom is a Mnyankole, and I grew up with my mother. And you're like, hands up, you're Muganda? Welcome home. Because that's the nature of the patriarchy. And also, sometimes we do this at race level, especially in the West. Because there are white-looking black people, like Mariah Carey, who has had to explain, I'm sorry, but I'm black. One of my parents is black. But because we read bodies, we would like to exclude her. So unfortunately, by reading bodies to affirm belonging, the same signs are read to exclude. In these signs is a recognition of those who are out of place. In fact, Tini Gamofoft states that belonging is not necessarily positive or productive, because to belong is to be a property of, to be a member is to be possessed or to possess. So sometimes being a member or striving to become a member in a large group can be demanding, even if it offers privileges and protection. You see, we do not just belong, we act and perform belonging. Ways of expressing be one of, being at one with, means living up to the group's definitions of expectations, standards. Otherwise, privileges of the group, such as love, support, protection, will be withdrawn. So this is how a member of a group or society places demands on and expectations on the individual. Some painful initiation rituals are imposed to gain membership. Sometimes expensive processes, including interviews and tests, are imposed, as in the case of Western citizenship. Sometimes in certain groups, there is hierarchy and humiliation of new members of a group, like hazing in secret cults and gangs, even in the army, which may lead to death. And yet the individual going through these processes, for them this is the chance to express who they are, to change, to establish connection, and to forge new belonging. Sometimes group memberships trump logic. If a group believes certain things and behaves in a certain way, members are prepared to sacrifice truth, logic, even morality in order to belong. This is common to religious cults. Remember Kiwewa in 2000, Kanungu? It didn't make sense to us, and yet it made sense to them. Often members will go against personal beliefs to belong. So many young boys on the streets of London, whose parents left Africa for Britain to give them a bright future, have perished under knife crime. Many of these little boys find themselves in a frightening world neither they or their parents understand, and for protection and acceptance, they seek out gangs, often to show their loyalty and to prove that they belong to the gang. They have been told to kill another boy, often African. And in a single act, 2 boys are destroyed, one into a coffin, the other into prison, because their parents were seeking out belonging to the first world, while the boys were seeking out protection in gangs. So, and we know that as members of any society, we are suspicious of outsiders, However, we keep our strongest and most venomous wrath for insiders who deviate or betray the group. Indeed, because the desire for belonging is so deep-rooted, so critical to our well-being, it has been used to control, to suppress, and to oppress members with threats of banishment, ostracization, and to disown. At national levels, Britain as an empire used to banish criminals to Australia, USA, Canada. Buganda Kingdom too used to banish subjects considered treasonous. But as a teenager in Uganda, I saw countless girls who got pregnant while still in school, being thrown out of schools, then out of their homes. Fathers often threw their daughters out of the house at night. Genda, fawano, tojja kusula, twala olubuto lwo gye walujja. Some of our mothers went through this. And we know that the boys, because it takes two to tango, never suffered this. A girl of 13, 14, 15, or even 18, were thrown out to the wolves in the cold, dark night, with a child coming along. But I presume this is not happening anymore. So it's this dark side of belonging which drives us to find new homes, to forge new identities, to find new belongings. And as discussed above, persecution may arise when an individual is perceived to have neglected key responsibilities or failed to conform to the group's standards. At times, uniformity within the group can come at the cost of individual fulfillment, particularly when circumstances do not allow individuals to realize or express their unique potential. So in my time and earlier generations, within the middle classes in Uganda, there were certain vocations you could not aspire to. Ever heard of music, dance, and drama? Here at Makerere, what did you use? Susan? Yeah? Anybody willing to say the word? I'll say it for you. Music, dance, and drama, MDD, Msiru Daradar. That's Makerere. So I know of a person who was doing medicine, but ran away to join a band and was disowned. Because there was no respect for musicians at the time or actors in the middle classes. Even the legendary File Bongole Tire, which everybody here knows, he was estranged from his family because he dropped out of school, joined a band, and then disappeared. So when personal contributions to the group are not adequately recognized or reciprocated, this too can lead to someone feeling exploited rather than valued. It becomes apparent that individual needs and aspirations may take precedence over the collective expectation. This in Uganda happens to firstborn children whose parents die or become incapacitated, and these kids put their dreams on hold to help their siblings. Am I making sense? Often you hear stories of ingratitude by the younger siblings who take this help for granted. It also happens to more successful members of the family who are expected to help but are never appreciated, who, if they later run into financial trouble, have no one to turn to. And if you say to people, I helped, could you help me? You know what they say? I would have helped if you didn't have to remind us. Who asked you? And these people or these individuals feeling let down may give up belonging to the family or to the community and try to find it elsewhere. Now, most of you have heard of Ugandans in the West who have cut themselves off the family entirely. You ring them, they don't pick up. You send emails, they don't answer. probably look back to what happened to them before they left. But for writers, this dark side, this space of conflict within belonging, often between the individual and the collective, this is what we explore. For most fiction, film, and plays, at the bottom of it is the dissatisfaction with the society, rejection, and failure to fit in the community. And when we feel let down by belonging, we turn to writing. Stories help us to understand our circumstances, make sense of our culture and the world around us. So my job as a writer is to identify failings within the collective, magnify them and put them up for discussion or ridicule. And here's the thing, the more intimately we belong, the deeper the heart and the more scathing the writing. So as an author, I'm critical of Britain, but I keep my most potent venom for Uganda and Ugandan cultures, because this is where it hurts most. And as a feminist writer, I have special venom for women. Some readers in the West thought that the first woman would be entirely on how terrible Ugandan men are and how wonderful and long-suffering the women are. They were shocked that I was critical of women. But men in Uganda can be wonderful fathers. We are perfect brothers, perfect sons, protective uncles, and horrendous husbands. But women too can be nasty and crafty when they are ready. Now, with the recent DNA checks, I've been hearing things. Ugandan men are discovering that women they are discovering what we women have known for centuries, that women in Uganda revenge secretly. That women may marry the capable man and make babies with the love of her life. Make the other one bring up the babies. So why do you think it is always the mother-in-law who is skeptical of the newborn in the family, the gatekeeper? She knows what women are like. Susan is looking at me with the daggers. But for the child at a DNA controversy, there's no rejection worse than this. But as writer, this is content material. And as a feminist, the first thing is to flash a torch in feminism's blind spots, to explore these tensions within belonging and how they arise, to critique society and to eliminate collective struggles, because that's what storytelling does. It is a space for connection and reflection. And for many of us who have migrated, we leave Uganda in search of comfort, protection, and fulfillment of our potential. When we arrive in the new communities, we begin to forge new homes, and with it comes multiple belongings to suit the multiple needs in us. Many of us, we may not entirely give up the community left behind. Sometimes we look behind in longing. In my case, for a long time while in Britain, I pined for Uganda. I could not wait to make some money, build a house, and return home. In fact, for 20 years, I rejected the idea of a British passport, and I kept my flat in Manchester at a functional level, because all my focus was on saving money to build a house and come home. However, in 2021, I gave up my teaching job to travel the world and do research for my new novel. But for the first time, I asked myself, if I got in trouble in any of these countries while on a Ugandan passport, because I was going to Iran as well, would Uganda rescue me? What if I get detained as a spy and Uganda says, she's an opinionated woman who lives in Britain anyway, throw away the key. Remember, this was the Uganda had been pining for. all along. On top of that, the indefinite leave to remain, that's the visa which I was living on up to that point. On that visa, I was not allowed to stay outside Britain for more than 9 months in 2 years. And the computers in immigration kept a tally of the days I traveled outside Britain. Twice. Because of my tours to do research and promote my books, I'd come very close to losing my residency. And they would say to me, you can't leave the country again. Otherwise, you won't come back. So I applied for British passport. And UK Home Office did not give me any trouble, perhaps because I had lived in the country for 20 years and had not bothered to become a citizen. But also, I had 3 internationally published books to my name and a PhD. These things count. So Home Office was very helpful and understanding of my circumstances, because at the time, 2021, we had just come out of COVID and they hadn't been renewing passports. So there was 6 million passports within Britain that needed to be renewed at that time. But for me, I had to travel to Berlin to do research there under the DAD writer in residence in Berlin. So I wrote to them and I said, look, I cannot come back to the country. I am in Berlin. I have 6 months to go to return. Could you please send my passport? Immigration surprised me. They put my passport through quite quickly and sent it to me. And that was the moment when my attitude to Britain started to change. And throughout these travels, I could not wait to return. I went to Damascus, Oman, instead of Iran. I just couldn't go on a British passport to Iran. So I changed and went to do research in Oman. And as a very dark African woman, I couldn't wait to leave that country. You know what happens to black women in the East now that Kadama kids are being taken there. I went to Sri Lanka, and I went to Norway, to Sharjah, and to Dubai, to the Netherlands, to Uruguay, to the US, and even to South Africa. And all these times, I was glad to return home. But this time, home was Manchester in Britain. And though things have been difficult, Britain has been good to me in terms of my career. And for the first time, I'm planning to make my flat in Manchester a place I want to come back home to rather than a point at which I stop while in transit. So, yes, psychologically, belonging is recognized as a fundamental human need. It is as essential as food, shelter, and safety, because a strong sense of belonging contributes to happiness, motivation, improved mental and physical health, to enhanced resilience and overall life satisfaction. It provides individuals with a support system that helps them navigate challenges and setbacks. And research consistently demonstrates that individuals who have a strong sense of belonging are more likely to contribute positively to community. And that is why it's critical in Uganda for us to check ourselves on how we include and how we exclude. And finally, looking back now, I hope that the girls in Nabingo who came from the district, I hope they stayed in Buganda at the end of their studies if they wished, that those that did bought land, built houses, brought up their children, and called this place home. But I also hope that they have the option to build houses in their home districts and dream of retiring there, like I dream of retiring in Uganda when the time comes. Thank you.
We're cheering.
When I grow up, I want to be Jennifer Makumbi. Thanks. Thanks, Jennifer, for that and for reminding us of the importance of belonging, but also how we think about it and how we question it and how we get answers to it and keep thinking about it. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of this for the day, not for the event. There's going to be a Writers in Conversation event at Gotti Zentrum in Bokoto, right? Pardon? Yes, Bokoto Street. It's going to be starting in in an hour's time. Charles, what's wrong? So it should be starting in an hour's time. Unfortunately, if we go by the time, you have about 20 minutes to get there. So we have a Writers in Conversation at Gotti Zentrum. You can join us, please, if you can. We'll be glad to see you there. As for today, we are done, and we hope to see you folks tomorrow. Do have a good evening.